Chapter 160. Long Feiye's back was to Han Yunshi, but he knew immediately when she stopped. He turned around and saw Han Yunshi staring at the sealed tender fragrance teahouse. He seemed to want to say something, but stopped himself. Cold eyes were fixed on her. Han Yunshi wondered if Gu's teahouse had been sealed up by Long Feiye again. Was it because Long Fei bumped into her the last time she came back for a meal? She couldn't help but feel heartache for Gu. Celestial Fragrance Teahouse had a criminal record, so Long Feiye could seal up his businesses at any time. Why didn't that fellow know to keep a low profile? Han Yunshi was about to leave when she realized that Long Feiye was staring at her. She immediately averted her gaze. "Are you very familiar with Gu?" Long Feiye asked. Han Yunshi immediately shook her head. "Your Highness has investigated him before, so you should know him better than Qinxie, right?" Long Feiye had indeed investigated, but all he found out was that Gu was a merchant with vast wealth and properties all over the world. As for his poison skills or martial arts master, there were no clues at all. Judging from his age, he had to have an extremely powerful backer if he wanted to be rich. Unfortunately, Chu Shifeng hadn't found much information yet. "Your lordship sees that you two are very familiar with each other," Long Feiye said next, clearly alluding to their meeting at Heavenly Fragrance Teahouse that day. Han Yunshi hated this kind of questioning tone. She hadn't asked him anything, so what right did he have to ask about her private life? For better or for worse, he saved Qinxie's life once, so he counts as a friend. Han Yunshi's words were 70% true. Although Gu wasn't serious at all, he didn't harbor any enmity. It was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Long Feiye just looked at her deeply and didn't ask any more questions. He turned around and continued to walk forward. They were already silent to begin with, but after this, they grew even more silent. Still, Han Yunshi followed behind them from beginning to end, while Long Fei didn't walk too fast. One in front, the other behind, they seemed to have a tacit understanding. Han Yunshi kept her head down, immersed in her own world. Suddenly, Long Feiye's voice seemed to descend from the sky. "Are you hungry?" She looked up and found that this guy was standing right in front of her. She was one step away from bumping into him. A little. In fact, she had been starving for a long time. She could be considered a swift and decisive person, but every time she was in front of this guy, it was as if she had changed into a different person. She was not reserved, but she was especially sensitive. Long Feiye didn't speak, but entered a restaurant on the side. Han Yunshi hurried to follow him. Long Feiye asked for a private room, and the two of them sat across from each other. Long Feiye pushed the menu in front of her, indicating that she should order. Han Yunshi didn't refuse. She ordered a few dishes that she liked, then pushed the menu in front of him without a word. Long Feiye glanced at it, then poured a jug of wine before calling for the dishes to be served. While they waited, the two of them remained silent in the room. It was as if the whole world had fallen silent. Han Yunshi couldn't stand the silence and inadvertently raised her head, only to meet Long Feiye's deep gaze. She gave a start and subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but decided to find a topic to talk about. Thus, she asked mildly, "Your Highness, is there any news about that masked man from last time?" Although Madame Li was dead and all of Tianning's poison's spies had been purged, the existence of the masked man was still an enormous threat. With Long Feiye's personality, he wouldn't let it go so easily. There's a bit of a lead, but it's still better to investigate. Long Feiye didn't hide anything. These days, he'd been busy with this matter as well. If he guessed correctly, that masked man should be a high-ranking member of Northern Li's imperial clan. Naturally, it wasn't easy to investigate the situation in Northern Li's imperial clan, but he could start with the poison sects of the Jianghu. Such a formidable person must have some reputation in their circles. Once there was a topic to talk about, Han Yunshi felt much more at ease, as if she'd been granted amnesty. "What leads?" she asked anxiously. Actually, she'd asked around in secret as well. Gu Beiwe had said that someone with such formidable poison skills must have come from a sect. Gu Beiwe had also said that there were plenty of poison sects in the world, but they'd all originated from the poison caves in the medical academy. Now that the poison caves in the medical academy were closed, the sects had flourished in the past 2 years. Still, poison was poison, and detoxification masters were poisoners as well. Thus, most of these sects weren't accepted by the orthodox medical community and formed their own circles. It wasn't easy for outsiders to join them. Long Fei Yi didn't answer Han Yunxi's question, nor would he tell her that when he'd interrogated Madame Li's subordinates, he'd found out that the mysterious man had kidnapped Han Yunxi not to threaten him, but to target Han Yunxi herself. An ordinary man was innocent, but treasuring a jade ring would arouse the envy of others. Han Yunxi had such brilliant poison skills, so how many pairs of eyes were watching her from the shadows? Leaving aside the distant ones, Emperor Tianhui himself was a huge source of trouble. Where did Lady Tianxin get those poison and medical manuals? Long Fei Yi changed the topic. Han Yunxi said that she'd learned her poison skills from her mother's poison and medical manuals. Although her story was flawless and the dead couldn't bear witness, how could he believe it so easily? He'd investigated Lady Tianxin before, but discovered that her birth family was a fake. This woman with brilliant medical skills who'd helped Han Kongan prosper was simply a mystery that had appeared out of thin air. Long Fei Yi had long gone to the justice courts to interrogate Han Kongan. Of course, Han Yunxi had no idea. I don't know either. I found it when I was rummaging through her belongings, Han Yunxi continued to lie. She really didn't know whether Lady Tianxin knew poison skills. Very soon, the food and wine arrived. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything else, but started eating. After chatting for a while, Han Yunxi felt much more at ease and relaxed as she ate. She reached out with her chopsticks to pick up some food, but accidentally bumped into Long Fei Yi's chopstick. She immediately withdrew her chopsticks, but Long Fei Yi acted like a gentleman and placed some food into her bowl without a sound. Thanks. Han Yunxi glanced at him, and saw that he was sitting upright with one hand holding a bowl and the other holding a pair of chopsticks. Even his movements as he ate were graceful. She didn't know that this was the first time His Highness Duke of Qin had ever picked up food for someone other than his mother. Still, she couldn't help but wonder if he'd been like this the other day when he'd gone shopping and eaten with Duanmu Yao. Thinking up to here, Han Yunxi couldn't help but fall into a dilemma. The first time she'd met Duanmu Yao was during the fight against the poison python. Long Fei Yi had risked his life to protect this little junior sister of his. He hadn't been polite in the face of Medicine Ghost Valley's enemies. But now he'd accepted Duanmu Yao's gift one moment, then ran over to go shopping with her the next. Just what kind of place did Duanmu Yao hold in his heart? What if, she guessed right, Emperor Tianhui was forcing him into a marriage again? Would he have no way to refuse? Would he have to marry Duanmu Yao after the new year? Seeing Long Fei eat in silence, Han Yunxi felt a sudden impulse. She really wanted to ask him directly if he was willing to marry her. But when she recalled that Emperor Tianhui had forced her into his arms, she resentfully lowered her head and ate in silence. Everything was quiet throughout the meal. Han Yunxi discovered that if she didn't try to find a topic to talk about, this fellow could stay silent for an entire night. Of course, his silence wasn't stuffy, but a kind of cold detachment. Even though they were close, he kept her at arm's length. After the meal, Long Fei Yi didn't say anything else. Han Yunxi continued to follow behind him until all the hustle and bustle in the streets had died down. Only then did they return to the Duke of Qin's estate. As luck would have it, they saw Grand Concubine Yi personally escorting Duanmu Yao out the door. Duanmu Yao was already feeling gloomy after being stood up by Long Fei Yi. She was out of sorts all night, but had no choice but to accompany Grand Concubine Yi to eat and chat. She even comforted the woman about Murong Wanru's marriage. When she saw Long Fei Yi return, she immediately went forward. Senior brother, where did you go? I was still waiting for you to open that jug of snow wine. I left it for Imperial Mohu to drink, Long Fei replied. Hadn't he accepted it before? This was the goodwill she'd stored away for 10 whole years. Duanmu Yao's heart felt stifled. She was about to speak when she saw Han Yunxi walk up from behind Long Fei. Could it be senior brother went out with this woman? What a Han Yunxi! It was fine if she didn't show her face, but she even stole senior brother away. How could she swallow this? In an instant, Duanmu Yao's heart burned with jealousy. Her hands clenched into fists within her sleeves as she lost her mind. Throwing caution to the wind, she asked loudly, Senior brother, what are your plans for the marriage alliance after the new year? Han Yunxi gave a start at these words. She'd never dared to ask, but Duanmu Yao did. Grand Concubine Yi gave a start as well, her expression complicated as she looked at her son. But Long Fei acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. Without a word, he strode away. Now Grand Concubine Yi was incensed. Fei, stop right there. Unfortunately, Long Fei ignored her. Senior brother. Duanmu Yao stamped her feet and chased after him. Long Fei's figure flashed before vanishing into thin air. Senior brother. Master's asking about us too. Senior brother. Duanmu Yao angrily shouted a few times. Unfortunately, the only reply she got was silence. Flustered and exasperated, Duanmu Yao turned back to glare at Han Yunxi before throwing herself into Grand Concubine Yi's arms. Esteemed Imperial Concubine, senior brother's bullying me again. Sob sob. This counted as bullying? But if Long Fei wasn't willing, why didn't he reject her outright? He'd never been a sloppy man. Han Yunxi mused that in a way, this counted as a form of bullying. All right, don't cry. I'll definitely teach him a lesson later. Be good, Yao Yao's the most obedient. His Majesty and I will support you in your marriage alliance, so don't worry, Grand Concubine Yi comforted her. Han Yunxi only laughed coldly in her heart. Grand Concubine Yi, Grand Concubine Yi. In the end, she's the daughter-in-law you've chosen. So this time you won't oppose Emperor Tianhui? Hearing this, Duanmu Yao stopped crying. I just knew esteemed Imperial Concubine was the best. Silly child, your senior brother never said he wouldn't marry, did he? Grand Concubine Yi smiled. Duanmu Yao immediately lowered her head, her face red. I'll help you keep that jug of snow wine for now. When New Year's Eve comes, I'll bring it to the palace to open it. Grand Concubine Yi was even more patient with Duanmu Yao than she was with Murong Wanru. Naturally, Long Fei would attend a family banquet on New Year's Eve. Duanmu Yao was waiting for Grand Concubine Yi's words. In other words, she could attend the banquet as well. Before leaving, Duanmu Yao purposely drew close to Han Yunxi and murmured, Esteemed Wang Fei, after New Year's, I'll have to ask for your guidance. Nothing's set in stone yet. Don't be happy too early, Han Yunxi wasn't to be outdone. Let's wait and see. Duanmu Yao replied cold. If not for Han Yunxi, she might have waited until her senior brother saw her good points and willingly married her. But Han Yunxi's existence gave her a deep sense of danger. No matter what, even if Imperial Father pressured her, she had to marry into the Duke of Qin's estate after New Year's. Chapter 161. After sending Duanmu Yao off, Han Yunxi was about to go back when Grand Concubine Yi called her back. Yunxi, come with me for a bit. Although Grand Concubine Yi spoke kindly, Han Yunxi knew nothing good would come of it. She lowered her head and followed her to the peony courtyard. Actually, she knew what Grand Concubine Yi wanted to say even before she spoke. The two of them sat down in the courtyard before Grand Concubine Yi dismissed Gui Mama. Yunxi, did you go out with Fei just then? Grand Concubine Yi asked. Ever since Han Yunxi moved into the hibiscus courtyard and wasn't chased out by Long Fei, Grand Concubine Yi had formed some opinions in her heart. But before, she didn't mind her son's attitude and only wanted this girl to get the hell out of the Duke of Qin's estate. Now that she'd accepted her as a daughter-in-law, she had to keep an eye out for certain things. No, we just happened to run into each other on the way back. Han Yunshi didn't know why she'd lied. Perhaps it was to cover up her previous lie, but she said she had an appointment tonight. Grand Concubine nodded thoughtfully. If Han Yunshi had said yes, she wouldn't have believed it. After all, Fei might not reject this woman as much as before, but he couldn't treat her as an exception. In the past, Wanru had helped her ask around. The reason why Fei didn't reject this girl was because her poison skills were exceptional and useful. She'd been of great help to him. Han Yunshi had considerable skills, but compared to Fei, one was the mud on the ground while the other was the clouds in the sky. The two of them would never cross paths. In other words, Han Yunshi couldn't climb up the social ladder. Now that Wanru had no choice but to get married, Grand Concubine considered Han Yunshi's acupuncture skills to be a good candidate. She could stay by her side and serve her for the rest of her life. If Fei could marry Yao Yao, then she wouldn't have any more requests. She'd just wait to hold a grandson. One daughter-in-law would stay by her side to serve her, while the other would give face to the Duke of Qin and the Duke of Qin's estate. At that time, she would let Han Yunshi move out of the hibiscus courtyard to live with her, and let Yao Yao live in the hibiscus courtyard. With her there, the two daughters-in-law would not make a big fuss. Moreover, Han Yunshi doesn't have any right to fight with Yao Yao. Yunshi, what do you think of Princess Rongla's marriage alliance with the Duke of Qin's estate? Grand Concubine asked. Han Yunshi put on a fake smile and replied, Imperial Mother and His Highness can decide on this matter. Yunshi, you weren't very polite today, Grand Concubine said directly. Was he trying to warn her about something by being so direct? Imperial Mother, Princess Rongla is of noble birth, and she came here because of the marriage alliance. Her status is special, so I naturally know the severity of the matter. I absolutely won't dare to act rashly and cause trouble. Han Yunshi was very earnest. Hearing this, Grand Concubine was satisfied. She thought to herself, this girl knows her limit. I don't need to waste my breath. Since you understand, then when you see her in the future, it's better to. But before Grand Concubine could finish, Han Yunshi cut her off. Imperial Mother, Chenxia might be of humble birth, but I can't be bullied as I please. Chenxia only asks for a place to settle down in the estate and won't fight for anything. But if someone tries to climb over my nose and provoke Chenxia can only accompany them to the end. Grand Concubine narrowed her eyes at these words. It looked like this girl still didn't understand what she meant. Duanmu Yao's temper wasn't good to begin with. Moreover, she'd formed a grudge with Han Yunshi because of the Medicine Ghost Valley, the poetry contest in Plum Blossom Gardens, and today's event. Once she married into the family, she wouldn't give Han Yunshi a good life. Grand Concubine Yi's meaning was not only that Han Yunshi should know her place and not provoke trouble, but that Han Yunshi should swallow her anger and yield to Duanmu Yao no matter what. Grand Concubine Yi's face fell as she retorted cold, Han Yunshi, what right do you have to accompany them to the end? This girl. I've been nice to her recently, but she really thinks I'm all that? Han Yunshi didn't want to clash too much with Grand Concubine Yi. After all, they'd worked hard to mend their relationship. But Duanmu Yao hadn't even married into the family yet, and Grand Concubine Yi was already warning her like this. If she really did marry into the family after the new year, wouldn't she be eaten alive? She'd rather die as a piece of jade than as an intact tile. Since Grand Concubine Yi had spoken, she had to show her attitude. Imperial Mother, you should understand Chenxia's temper. Han Yunshi replied cold. You! Grand Concubine Yi rose to her feet angrily. Han Yunshi rose to her feet as well. Imperial Mother, if there's nothing else, Chenxia will take her leave first. Grand Concubine Yi was so angry that she couldn't speak. Han Yunshi took a deep breath and turned to leave. Outside the peony courtyard, Han Yunshi muttered to herself. Grand concubine grand concubine If I, Han Yunshi, treat you with sincerity, will you treat me with sincerity one day? Or perhaps, in your eyes, I'll always be no different from a servant girl in the estate? Were birth and status really that important? Did nobility, generals, and status matter? One day, I, Han Yunshi, will definitely let you know that none of that matters. By the time she returned to the hibiscus courtyard, the elusive Long Fei Yi had long left. His attitude was unclear, but both Grand Concubine Yi and Duanmu Yao seemed certain about the marriage alliance after the new year. Han Yunshi took a deep breath and told herself that she couldn't control any of this, nor did it have anything to do with her. Don't think about it. In a few days it would be the new year. The Duke of Qin's estate was bustling with activity as well. The servants were all cleaning and decorating. Murong Wanru was shut up in her room all day because of the wedding, but Grand Concubine Yi often went to comfort her. After that night, Grand Concubine Yi never sought out Han Yunshi again. Han Yunshi didn't take the initiative to perform acupuncture on her, either. Although their relationship was stiff, they lived in harmony with each other. Han Yunshi didn't need to worry about the preparations for the new year, so she often ran over to the Han estate when she had nothing to do. Seventh Madam's body had recovered well and her meals had improved. She had fewer worries and was in a better state of mind. She was less timid than before and more assertive when it came to matters. Little Ear was still too young. Seventh Madam was the pillar of support in the house, so Han Yunshi was happiest to see her change. Currently, Little Chen Xiang and Seventh Madam were busy making arrangements for the new year. Han Yunshi was checking on Little Er's homework in the study. Actually, Han Yunshi couldn't be considered a teacher when it came to medical skills, but she'd taken a basic course in traditional Chinese medicine and had experience in medicine. She learned the Han clan medical canon much faster than Little Er. Little Er, who was 6 years old, was as fair as carved jade and had a clean temperament. Although he was a young master, he was dressed like a book boy. When he read seriously, his eyes were hooded and his eyelashes were long. Every time Han Yunshi teased him, he'd jerk his head up and open his big round eyes to look at Han Yunshi adorably. His confused expression was so adorable that Han Yunshi wanted to kidnap him and raise him as a pet. Big Sis Yun, I think that the prescription in the medical canon, can I change it a bit? Little Er asked carefully. Han Yunshi was curious. The prescriptions in the Han clan medical canon were all finalized after several generations of the Han family's deliberations. Whether it was the prescription or the amount, they were all tested again and again. Little Er was only 6 years old and had only studied medicine for a few years. Yet, he actually proposed to change the old ancestor's prescription. This boy had some guts. However, she liked this kind of newborn calf, who wasn't afraid of tigers. Tell me, how do you want to change it? Han Yunshi asked with a smile as she leisurely sipped her tea. Little Ear saw that not only did Big Sis Yun not scold him, but she even smiled. He immediately regained his confidence and hurriedly took out a pen and paper to write down his improved prescription. Who knew that when Han Yunshi saw it, she would be so shocked that she would spit out the tea she'd just drank. Heavens! This prescription. No, to be more precise, this is a prescription for poison, okay? When Little Ear saw Big Sis Yun's reaction, he timidly stuck out his tongue and obediently retreated to the side like a child who had gotten into trouble. Han Yunshi hurriedly picked up the prescription in the Han clan medical canon and compared it to Little Er's improved prescription. After comparing, she found that Little Er didn't change any of the ingredients. Instead, he adjusted the amount of the ingredient. Taking advantage of the mutual promotion and suppression of ingredients, when some ingredients were mixed together according to a certain ratio, new ingredients would be produced. Perhaps these ingredients would increase the efficacy of the medicine, or perhaps these ingredients would destroy the efficacy of the medicine, or even produce toxins. However, when these new ingredients were mixed together, they would have different effects. Speaking of which, the theory was relatively simple. However, the relationships within were inextricably linked and very complicated. It wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. Even a veteran like Han Yunshi wouldn't think that a prescription could be changed into a poison prescription if she didn't deliberately ponder over it. She didn't expect little to actually change it like this. "Who taught you this?" Han Yunshi asked loudly. Little was like a child who had done something wrong. His hands were tangled together as he lowered his head. Only then did Han Yunshi realize that she was too agitated. She hurriedly pulled little to the side and sat him down. Calmly, she asked, "Tell me, who taught you to change the prescription like this?" "I looked at it myself and suddenly thought of changing it," little answered honestly. Han Yunshi was incredulous. She asked again, "Then how did you know the amount of the ingredients?" "Previously, Daddy had me memorize the ancient book on mutual promotion and suppression of ingredient. It was hundreds of pages thick. When I saw the prescription, I suddenly thought of changing it." Little blinked his large eyes, looking especially pure and innocent. Han Yunshi knew that he wouldn't lie. However, wasn't this child's ability to understand everything too well? "Do you know how to change anything else?" Han Yunshi hurriedly asked again. "I have to take a look and think about it. I spent an entire day thinking about that prescription just then." Little was a little embarrassed, his little face red. However, he didn't know that it was already a heaven-defying ability for a 6-year-old to change a prescription into a poison one in a single day. Han Yunshi discovered that this child's talent in poisons was comparable to her own in the past. If he worked hard and studied hard, he'd definitely be a great figure in the future. She had to admit that Han Kongan had a good eye. That very day, Han Yunshi gave little a few pointers on poison prescriptions. She told him to study hard and not tell anyone else about it for now. Little was filled with motivation after receiving Big Sis Yun's affirmation. Apparently, little Chun Xiang said that he hadn't left his study for the past few days after Han Yunshi left. Day after day passed. Very soon, New Year's Eve arrived. All of Tianning's capital city was filled with festive festivities. On New Year's Eve, every family was reunited. The Empress Dowager had set up a family banquet for Grand Concubine His Highness Duke of Qin, and Murong Wanru every year. But this year, there was both Qin Wangfei and Princess Rongla. Murong Wanru was too ashamed to enter the palace after what happened to her, so Grand Concubine didn't want to bring her along. Zhao Mama specially prepared Han Yunshi a short, red cotton-padded jacket with white fox fur lining the edges. It was warm and noble. Currently, she was helping Han Yunshi dress her up. "Esteemed Wang Fei, this is your first time attending a family banquet on New Year's Eve. Actually, it's just a meal with everyone, so don't be too nervous." Han Yunshi wasn't nervous. She'd seen Emperor Tianhui, the Empress Dowager, and Empress before. She mused that since Princess Rongla was going tonight, Emperor Tianhui would probably express his intentions regarding the marriage alliance. Chapter 162. On New Year's Eve, the palace was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The family banquet was held in the Empress Dowager's Peace and Wellness Palace. As Zhao Mama had said, it was just a New Year's Eve meal with everyone seated around the round table. However, on the dining table alone, a few people and a few mouths were enough to cause a lot of trouble. It was rare for the Empress Dowager and Grand Concubine to sit together. Emperor Tianhui and Long Fei Yi sat on the Empress Dowager's left, followed by the Crown Prince and the other imperial princes. The Empress and Han Yunshi sat on Grand Concubine Yi's right. Han Yunshi wasn't very old, but she suddenly realized her seniority in the family. She used to be of the same generation as the Empress. Duanmu Yao sat next to Han Yunshi. The banquet had already begun, but Princess Chongping still hadn't shown up. The mama said she was in one of the side rooms, preparing to give the Empress Dowager a New Year's gift and an unexpected surprise. "This Chongping sure knows how to dawdle," the Empress scolded unhappily. "Let her be. I'm still waiting for her surprise," the Empress Dowager said with a chuckle. Grand Concubine Yi's lips rose to a cold, disdainful smile. She silently picked up food without speaking. Naturally, it wasn't good to talk about what happened at the plum blossom meet at this banquet, especially when it was her Murong Wanru who'd lost face. Eunuch Li had been sentenced to death by the Empress for neglecting his duties, which counted as an explanation to Grand Concubine Yi. Long Fei Yi and Emperor Tianhui were whispering to each other on the sidelines, but no one dared to disturb them out of curiosity. After all, the private conversations between these two brothers couldn't be trivial matters. A family banquet was nothing more than a gathering of the whole family. The elders would show concern for the younger generation, while the younger generation would ask after their health. The Empress Dowager had a hall full of grandchildren. She asked about this and that, her face wreathed in smiles and her mood excellent. Occasionally, she'd exchange a few words with Grand Concubine Yi, who didn't have a single grandchild to hold. Although she smiled in reply, it didn't reach her eyes. Soon enough, the Empress Dowager's attention rested on Princess Rongla. Actually, both the Empress Dowager and Empress were eager to see Princess Rongla marry Long Tianma. Unfortunately, her thoughts were all on the Duke of Qin. The marriage alliance wasn't a child's play, nor was it a matter between the two clans. It was an important matter between the two countries and involved the cooperation between Tianing country and Western Zhou, especially when it came to war. Thus, even if the Empress Dowager and Empress were unwilling, they didn't dare to interfere. From Emperor Tianhui's perspective, they still hoped that the Duke of Qin would agree to the marriage. "Princess Rongla, please don't stand on ceremony. Men, quickly pour some wine for Princess Rongla. The Empress Dowager is too polite. Yao Yao can do it herself." The Empress Dowager had taken good care of Duanmu Yao, so Duanmu Yao had long heard that Grand Concubine Yi and the Empress Dowager were on bad terms. Naturally, she didn't dare to get too close to the Empress Dowager in front of Grand Concubine Yi, but she didn't lose her manners or dignity. "Yao Yao, come and eat more. Imperial Concubine Dowager, Yao Yao doesn't deserve it. Yao Yao should be the one picking up food for you." Grand Concubine Yi personally picked up food for Duanmu Yao, while Duanmu Yao ladled soup for her. The two of them weren't mother and daughter-in-law yet, but they were more like mother and daughter. Logically speaking, Han Yunxi should be the center of attention at this year's New Year's Eve family banquet, but Han Yunxi had been given the cold shoulder since the start of the banquet. It was as if the liveliness at the table didn't belong to her at all. She was quite at ease as she quietly ate her meal and listened to their conversation. She could hear the truth and lies in their words clearly. The Empress Dowager glanced at her before finally speaking. "Yunxi, is there any news?" "News?" Han Yunxi raised her head with a blank expression. "What news?" But Grand Concubine Yi's expression turned gloomy. "Mohu, it looks like there's none. Look at her reaction, she probably doesn't know what you're asking for. She's already married, but she's still acting like a servant girl," the Empress teased. Han Yunxi really didn't understand. Why was she suddenly asking if there was any news? What news? Seeing her expression, the Empress Dowager immediately laughed out loud. She tilted her head towards Grand Concubine Yi. "Little sister, this girl of yours, is she pretending not to understand, or is she really that clueless? Haven't you taught her anything?" Grand Concubine Yi sighed softly with emotion. "They've only been married for half a year. The Duke of Qin is busy every day and hasn't shown up for days. How could there be news so quickly?" At this, Han Yunxi finally understood what "there's news" meant. The Empress Dowager was asking if she was pregnant or not. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushing red. Long Fei Yi and her were only together in name. Even the red on their wedding night was fake, so how could there be news from her stomach? "So there's really no news?" the Empress Dowager asked while knowing the answer. She even put on a serious face. Grand Concubine didn't want to answer. She shot a cold glance at Han Yunshi, indicating for her to respond on her own. There's news, and the red on the white handkerchief shared the same logic. They didn't ask about the process, only the result. Although both sides needed to work hard, if there were no results, then the blame would be pushed onto the female side. This was especially true in the Imperial clan, where the men of the Imperial clan were unquestionable. Grand Concubine didn't speak. Besides Emperor Tianhui and Long Fei, who were whispering with their heads lowered, everyone else at the table looked towards Han Yunshi. For a woman to gain a firm foothold in a clan, there was no other reason than children. Especially for a commoner like Han Yunshi, who had married into a rich and powerful family. Children were even more important to her. Not bearing any children was one of the 7 rules for divorcing a wife. Amidst the silence, even the imperial concubines sitting on the side looked over. Gradually, they began to talk amongst themselves. Han Yunshi's face was a little red, but she remained calm. Not yet. What else could she do besides remain calm? At her words, snickers rose from around them. Sitting behind Han Yunshi, noble consort Xiao even scooted over to murmur, "It's already been half a year. The Duke of Qin is busy all day, but he shouldn't. Yunshi, go find Imperial Physician Xue for a look later. He's an expert in this field." Although she spoke in a low voice, many people heard her and broke into laughter again. Han Yunshi only felt like she'd become the target of public criticism again. But she didn't have any say in this issue, much less any room to explain herself. Of course, this wasn't a topic suitable for family banquet. The Empress Dowager glanced at Grand Concubine Yi's pale face, and was very satisfied. She stopped while she was ahead and gave Han Yunshi a way out. "Duke of Qin, this is your fault. No matter how busy you are, you can't leave Yunshi out in the cold, right?" The Empress Dowager assumed that the Duke of Qin wasn't listening and would only nod his head. But Long Fei looked up and even knew what was going on. He said mildly, "Empress Dowager's lecturing is right. Aken will continue to work hard." This, for a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Nobody expected the Duke of Qin to have such an attitude. Duanmu Yao was dumbstruck. She felt as if she'd been dealt a heavy blow. In her heart, her senior brother was like a god, forever noble and inviolable. She couldn't imagine that such ambiguous words would come out of his mouth. Many of the women present blushed. Han Yunshi's face was even redder. "Continue to work hard." His words really made one's imagination run wild. How was he supposed to work hard? She couldn't help but think too much. Fortunately, she pulled herself back in time. She couldn't help but sneak a peek at the esteemed figure in front of her, only to see Long Fei's expressionless face looking right back at her. Han Yunshi immediately averted her gaze and missed the teasing smile in his eyes. The Empress Dowager pursed her lips, at a loss for words. As a mother, even Grand Concubine found it inconceivable. She couldn't help but recall the white handkerchief with the blood on it. Without a doubt, Fei's words were meant to protect Han Yunshi. If he didn't speak up today, the issue of having news would continue to trouble Han Yunshi in the future. But now that he did, many of the people present would restrain themselves. With her son's personality, how could he be willing to help Han Yunshi like this? Grand Concubine found it harder and harder to see through him. Emperor Tianhui looked at Han Yunshi a few times before a complicated look flashed past his eyes. Then he opened his mouth and teased, "Duke of Qin, you only have one Wang Fei in your estate, but you're already giving her the cold shoulder. Wait until the new year is over. You can't do this again if a new person enters the family?" After the new year, a new person would enter. Wasn't this talking about the marriage for peace? Wasn't that Duanmu Yao? This was probably the first time Emperor Tianhui had brought up the matter of marriage in public. Although his words were reserved, everyone present understood what he meant. Duanmu Yao had come to the family banquet, and Emperor Tianhui's words meant that the recent rumors were true. It was highly likely that the marriage alliance was a done deal. Long Tianma picked up a cup of wine and downed it in one gulp. Others might not be able to see through it, but he could. Grand concubine bringing Duanmu Yao to the family banquet and his imperial father asking in public was actually the two of them working together to put pressure on the Duke of Qin. They were forcing him to have no room to refuse. It looked like this was a foregone conclusion. It was one thing if he couldn't marry the woman he liked, but he didn't expect that he couldn't marry the woman he didn't like, either. Thinking up to here, he poured himself another cup of wine. A foregone conclusion was a foregone conclusion. Everyone still hoped that His Highness Duke of Qin would answer the question himself. Duanmu Yao's gloomy mood turned nervous, her face pink as she waited for Long Feiyi to speak. At the same time, Han Yunxi's cheeks were still red as she waited. She looked towards Long Feiyi again, only to meet Long Feiyi's deep gaze just like before. He was looking at her again. Han Yunxi wanted to avoid his gaze again, but for some reason, she didn't. Instead, she stared straight at him and waited. Everyone said that when one's eyes met, it was a silent exchange of words. Han Yunxi didn't have anything to say to Long Feiyi, but Long Feiyi's lips quirked up slightly at the sight of her serious gaze. As everyone waited in silence, he said, "Your lordship doesn't even have time to attend to a Wangfei, so there's no need for a newbie." As soon as these words came out, it was like a sudden clap of thunder that hit the banquet table, shocking everyone to the point that their hearts almost stopped. Long Feiyi, what did he just say? Emperor Tianhui's expression gradually changed into a storm, while Grand Concubine glared fiercely at him. The Empress Dowager and Empress were so stunned that they didn't know what to do. Long Feiyi. Suddenly, Duanmu Yao roared. She sprang to her feet and turned to run, knocking over a bowl of soup on the table and spilling it all over Han Yunxi. Grand Concubine panicked and chased after her. "Yao Yao! Yao Yao, wait!" Han Yunxi was drenched in soup, but she didn't care. She looked at Long Feiyi with an involuntary curve of her lips. Right now, she really wanted to ask Long Feiyi if he did it on purpose. Did he wait until such a public occasion to refuse her? Otherwise, why didn't he say anything so many times before? This guy is rotten to the core. Chapter 163. Long Feiyi's words angered Duanmu Yao into leaving, completely destroying the harmonious atmosphere of the banquet. In the silence, Emperor Tianhui slapped the table and rose to his feet with a loud bang. Everyone present, including the Empress Dowager and Empress, subconsciously held their breaths. "Duke of Qin, come with Zhen." Emperor Tianhui's face was black as he spoke coldly. Long Feiyi's expression didn't change as he rose to his feet and followed behind Emperor Tianhui. It wasn't until the two figures had vanished from sight that the crowd broke into an uproar. Long Feiyi had used the excuse of not having time to reject Duanmu Yao. Although it had nothing to do with Han Yunxi, the Duke of Qin's answer that he had news of Han Yunxi still made everyone talk about her. Without a doubt, the Duke of Qin's rejection was great news for Han Yunxi. If Duanmu Yao couldn't enter the Duke of Qin's estate, then Han Yunxi would be able to secure her throne as esteemed Wangfei. Han Yunxi's really lucky. The Duke of Qin was still young when the Empress Dowager arranged the marriage. If it were today, he'd probably be rejected as well. That's hard to say. Didn't you hear the Duke of Qin's words just then? It's obvious that he's visited her before. I heard Han Yunxi lives in the Duke of Qin's hibiscus courtyard. That doesn't prove anything. I just don't believe that woman could catch the Duke of Qin's eye. Doesn't she just know a bit of poison skills? That's not all. Didn't you hear about what happened at the Plum Blossom meet? Even Princess Rongla admitted defeat. As I see it, this esteemed Wangfei isn't as simple as she seems. Although there were different opinions, the rumors of Han Yunxi being favored had spread from this banquet. Amidst the discussion, Han Yunshi had long slipped away and found a court lady to take her to clean up the stains on her robes. Soon after she left, the Empress Dowager asked, "Where's Qin Wangfei?" To reply esteemed Empress Dowager, esteemed Wangfei went to clean up the stains on her robes. Su Mama accompanied her, the court lady reported. A complicated look flashed across the Empress Dowager's eyes, but she didn't say anything. Of course the Empress Dowager had heard of the events at the Plum Blossom meet as well. She had a love-hate relationship with that girl Han Yunshi. She'd originally thought that if Duanmu Yao went to the Duke of Qin's estate, Grand Concubine Yi's personality would definitely make things difficult for Han Yunshi. Then she'd have a chance to rope in Han Yunshi. But who knew that something like this would happen? The Duke of Qin actually made things difficult for Princess Rongla in public. If news of this reached the ears of Western Zhou's imperial family, what would they do? The Empress Dowager furrowed her brows and was deeply worried. The Empress hesitated for a moment and advised in a low voice, "Mu Fei, I think there's still hope." "What do you mean?" the Empress Dowager asked casually without much hope. "Mu Fei, didn't the Duke of Qin refuse multiple times when His Majesty urged us to get married? In the end, His Majesty issued an imperial edict. Wouldn't the Duke of Qin and Grand Concubine Yi submit obediently?" The Empress lowered her voice. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager's brows relaxed. She would have forgotten about the matter if the Empress hadn't mentioned it. But on second thought, she felt that something was wrong and said unhappily, "Empress, how can Han Yunshi be mentioned in the same breath as Princess Rongla? I don't even know if Grand Concubine Yi can persuade her. Let's go take a look as well." Han Yunshi had no sense of shame or self-respect. She opened the sedan door and walked into the Duke of Qin's estate on her own. Princess Rongla was the princess of a great country. She was already compromising herself to the Duke of Qin, so how could she still force a marriage? Wouldn't that turn Western Zhou's imperial family into the laughingstock of the world? The Empress rose to accompany her. "Mohu, Princess Rongla is the Duke of Qin's junior sister. Although they aren't childhood sweethearts, they've known each other since they were young. As Chenxia sees it, as long as the Duke of Qin agrees, Princess Rongla will forgive today's events. Later, Chenxia will warn everyone not to speak of tonight's events to anyone." Only then did the Empress Dowager nod her head and head east with the Empress. At the same time, Han Yunshi was in the West Wing taking care of her clothes. In the brightly lit room, she discovered that a large bowl of soup had spilled all over her body. No matter how she wiped it off, she couldn't get it clean. Fortunately, she'd prepared extra clothes for the banquet. "Su Mama, help me get a new set of clothes." "Esteemed Wang Fei, please wait a moment. This old servant will come right away." "No rush. I'm tired, so I'm planning to rest a bit." Su Mama closed the door and retreated, leaving Han Yunshi leaning lazily on the bed. She wasn't tired, but she was using an excuse. There was no point in going over now. She guessed that Long Fei Yi and Grand Concubine Yi wouldn't be able to leave so easily tonight. After changing her clothes, she'd go back. In any case, there was nothing for her to do. Thinking about it, Long Fei Yi had only said a few words at the banquet tonight, but they'd caused a huge uproar. She didn't know how Emperor Tianhui would deal with him, but if that fellow dared to do so, he must have 100% confidence in his abilities. Han Yunshi didn't even realize that her lips were curled up the entire time. She was in a very good mood. While she was secretly rejoicing, she suddenly heard a series of crashing sounds from the next room. It sounded like something had broken into pieces. "What's going on?" Han Yunshi stood up and listened carefully, but didn't hear anything else. Strange. She didn't think much of it, but quickly rose to her feet to see what was going on. But as soon as she opened the door, she saw that a large wall of decorations had toppled over. Precious ornaments were scattered all over the floor, and Princess Chongping was lying in the midst of the debris with her back facing up. It wasn't clear where she'd been injured, but she was bleeding profusely. "Chongping!" Han Yunshi cried out in alarm. Her first reaction was to rush over to save her. Although she and Chongping had a deep grudge against each other, this was a matter of life and death. How could she care so much? She quickly turned Princess Chongping over, only to see that her forehead was bleeding profusely. Her eyes were tightly shut, as if she'd fallen asleep. Han Yunxi was about to stop the bleeding when the detox system suddenly gave her a warning. Poison! Didn't she fall? Could it be that she fell down after being poisoned? How could she be poisoned? Who poisoned her? The fact that the detox system didn't report the poison immediately proved that Princess Chongping's poison wasn't simple. Han Yunxi didn't have time to think and immediately activated the scanning system. But as soon as she did, she froze. Her face was ashen white as her hands holding Princess Chongping began to tremble uncontrollably. The scanning system gave her a warning. This was a corpse. Thus, the scanning system automatically activated its corpse scanning mode. She was holding a corpse, which meant Princess Chongping was dead. Ah! Han Yunxi screamed, subconsciously pushing Princess Chongping away. She hurriedly got up and retreated several steps in disbelief. As a doctor, she was used to seeing life and death. Corpses weren't scary to her. But this was Princess Chongping. The same Princess Chongping who'd been alive and kicking just a few days ago. She'd actually died. Poisoned to death. Han Yunxi hadn't expected this at all. Thus, she'd rushed in to save Princess Chongping and hadn't noticed anything strange. How could this be? Otherwise, as a doctor, she'd be very sensitive to this kind of thing. This matter was too sudden. Han Yunxi's mind was blank for a moment. At this moment, a palace maid's voice came from outside the door. Princess, the things you wanted have been found. Princess, you still haven't finished? Hurry, something happened at the family banquet. Why don't you go take a look? This was the voice of Princess Chongping's personal maid, Shuang Hong. Han Yunxi subconsciously turned to look outside the door and saw Shuang Hong running in. She stopped in her tracks, stunned. The two looked at each other. After a while, Shuang Hong suddenly screamed, "Ah! Someone come! Someone come quickly!" Han Yunxi stood there in a daze. She didn't think too much about it, her heart thumping wildly. Shuang Hong shouted as she rushed in, picking up Princess Chongping. However, as soon as she picked her up, Shuang Hong sensed that something was wrong. Her hands trembled as she checked Princess Chongping's breathing. She was so frightened that she immediately pushed Princess Chongping away, screaming, the princess is dead, dead." At this time, a large group of palace maids and eunuchs all came. Seeing the scene in the room, everyone panicked and retreated. Their faces were all pale. Only an old mama was still calm. She sent people to find the imperial physician and also sent people to report to the Empress Dowager and the Empress. The first imperial physician to arrive was Gu Beiyue. As soon as he arrived, he saw the scene in the room and Han Yunxi standing to the side. A trace of unease flashed through his eyes. When Shuang Hong saw Gu Beiyue, she rushed over as if she had seen her savior. "Imperial physician Gu, the princess, Wu, hurry and save the princess. She's definitely not dead. She's definitely not dead." He didn't know if Shuang Hong was scared out of her wits or just deceiving herself. Once a person stopped breathing, they would change very quickly. Princess Chongping was lying on the ground, her forehead a bloody mess. Her eyes were tightly shut and her body was stiff. Her face and lips were pale. Gu Beiyue could tell at a glance that there was no hope. He still went forward and seriously checked her breathing, pulse, and cause of death. At this moment, the people surrounding the door scattered. The Empress Dowager, Empress, and Long Tianma arrived. "Chongping! Chongping!" The Empress rushed in. As soon as she saw the person lying on the ground, her vision darkened and she almost collapsed. Fortunately, Long Tianma caught her in time. The Empress Dowager walked in with the help of a mama. Her face was completely pale and her body was trembling. She couldn't even stand properly. Long Tianma saw all of this and was both angry and shocked. He violently roared, Gu Beiyue, what exactly happened? Gu Beiyue lowered his eyes and retreated to the side with a bow. He directly knelt down. Esteemed Empress Dowager, esteemed Empress, His Highness the Crown Prince, please restrain your grief. What? The Empress Dowager exclaimed. She couldn't breathe and her eyes were wide open. No, no. It can't be. It can't be. You're talking nonsense. Nonsense. The Empress gave Gu Beiyue a hard shove with her foot and ordered, Hurry and save her, save her. If you can't save her, I'll bury you with her. Gu Beiyue knelt again, his voice heavy. Esteemed Empress, restrain your grief. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Chongping, my daughter, my daughter, The Empress immediately burst into tears. She broke free from Long Tianma and rushed over. She hugged Princess Chongping and pushed her with all her strength, but Xia was indeed dead. No. Chongping, how could you abandon Mu Fei? Chongping, what exactly happened? My daughter, my daughter, In a moment, everyone outside the room knelt down. The Empress's heart-wrenching cries could be heard. Long Tianma looked at his own sister in disbelief. He sternly asked, Gu Beiyue, she was perfectly fine. How could she die? She was dead, but what was the cause of death? The wound on her forehead couldn't have been fatal. Chapter 164. Cause of death? Gu Beiyue glanced at Han Yunxi from the corner of his eyes. Under everyone's gaze, he answered truthfully, Reporting to Your Highness, if this official's diagnosis is correct, Princess Chongping should have been poisoned to death. As for what poison it was, please forgive this official's incompetence. If Princess Chongping was still alive, perhaps Gu Beiyue wouldn't have been able to find any traces of poison. However, once a person died, the traces of poison would appear in a short period of time. Princess Chongping's pale lips had a few black stains. If more time passed, the traces of poison would become even more obvious. Perhaps it would be possible to find out what poison it was. Poison? Once these words were said, everyone was shocked. She was actually poisoned? What kind of poison? Who poisoned her? Long Tianma suddenly roared at Shuanghong, Speak. What exactly happened? Why are you and the princess locked up here? Chongping should have already attended the family banquet, but she was acting mysteriously and didn't appear. Shuanghong was scared silly and shook her head. This servant didn't. Suddenly, she turned to look at Han Yunxi and pointed at Han Yunxi. It's her, Qin Wangfei she. At this time, the Empress Dowager and Empress finally noticed Han Yunxi on the side. Her Highness the Princess said she wanted to prepare a gift for the Empress Dowager. Because she hadn't finished carving, she hid here to carve. She just had this servant go out to get something. When this servant came back, I saw the princess lying on the ground with esteemed Wang Fei on the side. Shuanghong was so scared that she began to cry. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager and Empress both looked at Han Yunxi. Their gazes were sinister as if they had been poisoned. Han Yunxi immediately realized that she was in big trouble. She had been focused on saving people and had been shocked by this matter. She hadn't realized the danger she was in yet. However, she was still calm and explained, I was just preparing to change next door when I heard a commotion. When I came to take a look, I saw Chongping lying on the ground. What kind of poison was she poisoned with? Why would she suddenly be poisoned? Where did the poison come from? The Empress was paralyzed on the ground and asked again and again. Her voice was very sharp, as if she wanted to tear Han Yunxi apart. As for the Empress Dowager, she was even more direct. Why did Chongping fall to the ground? Why did these shelves fall? Han Yunxi, did you quarrel with Chongping and even hit her? Tell me. I didn't. Han Yunxi denied angrily. I'll say it again. I was just next door. I heard the sound of the shelf falling and came over. When I entered, I saw Chongping lying on the ground. When I found out that she was poisoned, Shuanghong came over. What kind of poison did she get? Aren't you very good at detoxification? Why didn't you save her? Why? Long Tianma was also very excited. After all, Chongping was his only sister. I haven't found out what kind of poison she was poisoned with, but when I came, she was already dead. There was no way to save her, Han Yunxi explained truthfully. As soon as she said that, the Empress immediately rebuked her. Han Yunxi, you're lying. How long would it take for you to come over from next door? How could you not have time to save her? What kind of poison could be so powerful that it could kill immediately? This point was also what Han Yunxi couldn't understand. However, her attitude was still very firm. I'm not lying. As for what exactly happened, we'll only know after we find the poison. I'll immediately do the examination. All she saw was the result. Whether Princess Chongping had died before the shelf fell or after her death, no one could say for sure. There weren't many poisons that could kill immediately. Han Yunxi also wanted to know. What she wanted to know even more was where this poison came from. She was just about to walk over when the Empress's anger reached the heavens. Han Yunxi, you still dare to quibble? You're lying. Someone come, arrest her for this consort. Han Yunxi suddenly frowned, also angry. Who dares? Without evidence, why should I be arrested? Someone come, arrest her. The Empress Dowager's voice became even sharper. Very quickly, the guards rushed in and detained Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi couldn't break free. She angrily glared at Long Tianma. Your Highness Crown Prince, you don't even know what kind of poison Chongping was poisoned with. Without any evidence, you're making slanderous accusations. Is this how the palace does things? Long Tianma was angry and sorrowful, but he still wasn't willing to believe that Han Yunxi had poisoned Chongping to death. He also couldn't think of any motive for Han Yunxi to commit the crime. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Imperial Grandmother, Imperial Mother, there's no harm in letting Imperial Aunt Qin check the poison. The Empress was very repulsed. Just as she was about to refuse, the Empress Dowager coldly said, Fine, let her check. Jia wants to see what kind of poison she can find that can kill instantly. Only after these words were spoken did the guards release Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi crouched down beside Princess Chongping. As soon as she saw the black strands on her tongue, she was puzzled. She did a routine check while activating the scanning system. However, the results were outside of her expectations. How could it be? Are you done? The Empress sternly urged. Han Yunxi stood up and looked around, her face full of confusion. Did you find it? The Empress Dowager impatiently asked. Han Yunxi indifferently said, I found it. It's arrow poison wood. However, when these words came out, everyone in the room was at a loss. What was arrow poison wood? They'd never heard of it before. What is this? The Empress Dowager sternly asked. This is an extremely poisonous tree. It's commonly known as throat upon contact with blood. As long as there's a wound on the body and it's stained with its sap, the victim will quickly be poisoned. It'll cause heart failure, making it difficult to breathe and suffocate to death, Han Yunxi explained. Regarding this poison, there was another saying, 7 up, 8 down, 9 down, which was precisely what throat upon contact with blood meant. If you took 7 steps up, 8 steps down, or 9 steps on flat ground, you'd fall to the ground and die. Actually, depending on the amount of poison, sometimes you didn't need to take that many steps. You'd fall to the ground after just 2 or 3 steps. Han Yunxi was basically certain. Princess Chongping should have fallen after being poisoned, which was why she bumped into this frame. There were only 2 kinds of poisons. One was accidentally touched, and the other was intentionally poisoned. She'd looked around earlier, but hadn't seen any branches or leaves of the arrow poison wood. She also hadn't found anything with this kind of poison. Could it be that someone had come to poison her, and she hadn't seen them when she'd come over? This matter was somewhat complicated. Just as she was about to do a more detailed examination to analyze the poison in Princess Chongping's body, the Empress sternly said, "Someone come, immediately take her to the imperial prison. The culprit must be her. There's nothing to say." Han Yunshi once again looked towards Long Tianma. "Let me investigate clearly. This kind of poison is very rare. Not everyone can recognize it. Who knew that the Empress would actually bite back? It's indeed rare. No one here has ever heard of it. Only you, Han Yunshi, know of it. Apart from you, Han Yunshi, who else would be able to poison her?" The Empress wasn't wrong. At least in the palace, only Han Yunshi was able to poison her. What if an assassin broke in and poisoned Princess Chongping? "Empress, you can doubt me, but please take out evidence," Han Yunshi argued. "Assassin? Why would there be an assassin out of nowhere? What kind of place do you think the palace is? Do you think assassins can casually enter? Who saw an assassin? The only person Shuang Hong saw was you. Also, who told you to come here to change clothes? Why was it so coincidental that you were next to Chongping? You and Chongping have always been on bad terms. You must have harbored hatred towards Chongping and wanted to poison her. Shuang Hong saw it, so she twisted her words. Han Yunshi, Han Yunshi, I didn't think your heart would be so vicious. To think that I thought you were Tian Mo's savior, I really misjudged you." The Empress' tears flowed freely. She was so aggressive that she almost made a move. Han Yunshi didn't know how to argue with her. How could someone twist her words like this? She took a deep breath and said, "Su Mama can testify. It was Su Mama who brought me here to change clothes." But it was at this moment that Su Mama rushed in from the doorway with Han Yunshi's new clothes in her hands. To reply, "Esteemed Empress Dowager, esteemed Empress, it really was this servant who brought esteemed Wang Fei here. But when this servant went to get the clothes just then, I don't know what happened either." Su Mama's second half of the sentence was simply adding frost to snow. Han Yunshi sucked in a cold breath. She was about to explain when the Empress Dowager coldly said, "At that time, your Han family's Li Shi was right. The best detoxifier is also the most terrifying poisoner. Someone come, immediately take this murderer to the imperial prison. Without Aijia's orders, no one is allowed to visit." Han Yunshi frowned and looked towards Long Tianma. However, this time, Long Tianma was also silent. Han Yunshi was thoroughly disappointed. She really wasted her efforts in saving Long Tianma. "I want to see the Duke of Qin," she said coldly. Who knew that the Empress Dowager's voice would be even colder? "It's no use even if the Duke of Qin comes. Han Yunshi, you can't be forgiven for poisoning the princess. No one can protect you." Without giving Han Yunshi a chance to struggle, the guards dragged Han Yunshi outside. Han Yunshi shouted, "Empress Dowager, you'll regret this. It's fine if you lock me up, but if you miss the source of the poison, more people will die from this poison." If the source of the poison was in the palace, then both the poisoned objects and the poisoned assassins would be in danger. Unfortunately, all she got in response was the Empress and her servant girls' sorrowful cries. Nobody listened to her words. Currently, Grand Concubine Yi was comforting Duanmu Yao. Long Fei Yi and Emperor Tianhui were locked up in the imperial study, so they had no idea what had happened. The Empress hugged Princess Chongping's corpse, heartbroken. Long Tianma stood guard on one side, unable to coax her out of it. The Empress Dowager sat on one side, knitting her brows as she sighed again and again. She was so sad that she didn't know how to face reality. Chongping was the granddaughter she doted on the most. Suddenly, the Empress raised her head, agitated. "Mohu, kill Han Yunshi to avenge Chongping. You have to kill her. Mohu, she wasn't stupid enough to poison Chongping." This matter, before Long Tianma could finish, the Empress slapped him across the face. "You traitor! Your little sister's already dead. You can still say things like that?" Long Tianma was resentful, but didn't talk back. The Empress was so agitated that she wanted to say more, but before she could open her mouth, her eyes gave a start before she fainted. Moho! Long Tianma was alarmed. Gu Beiyue hurried forward to take her pulse. Empress Dowager, Your Highness, esteemed Empress has been provoked. Her anger has attacked her heart, causing her qi and blood to be unstable. She must stay in bed and rest well. Don't let her suffer any more blows, Gu Beiyue said as he wrote a prescription and had a court lady fetch the medicine. After the Empress was sent away, the Empress Dowager glanced at Long Tianma and said, Tianma, take care of Changping's funeral. So speaking, she looked towards the door. Someone come, report to His Majesty that Princess Changping is gone. As soon as she finished, she burst into tears. Words for the readers. At Gmo's WeChat account as Gu Beiyue. You can see Gu Beiyue's descriptions. Gmo's WeChat account. Gmomo 2015. Chapter 165. This was Han Yunshi's second time in prison. However, this time was different from the previous time. This time, she was directly locked up in a small dark room. Once the iron door was shut, the room was so dark that she couldn't even see her fingers in front of her. She had no idea how big the room was, or what was inside, or who was inside. Darkness represented the unknown. Even the boldest person would feel fear. It would be a lie to say she wasn't afraid. Han Yunshi forced herself to feel her way to the wall, where she sat down and curled up into a ball. It was almost dawn outside, so what was the situation in the palace? Did Grand Concubine Yi and Long Fei Yi know something had happened to her? What were their attitudes? What was Emperor Tianhui's attitude? When would they interrogate her? Who would interrogate her? Han Yunshi waited uneasily, but she ended up waiting for 3 days and 3 nights. During these 3 days and 3 nights, the jailers only brought her water at regular intervals. There was no food and no one came to see her. No news at all was the best news, but to Han Yunshi, the unknown was even more terrifying than a room of darkness. Han Yunshi grew more and more uneasy. She hadn't had time to analyze the poison in Princess Changping's body, so there was no way to make any guesses. The only thing she knew was that this wasn't a trap. No one in the palace would dare to use Princess Changping's life to frame her, so there were only 2 possibilities. One was that an assassin had poisoned her, and the other was that Princess Changping's wounds had touched something poisonous. To get to the bottom of this, she'd have to start with the poison in the body. But she didn't even have a chance to explain herself. If this dragged on, the poison in the body would change. If they couldn't find anything, wouldn't she have to take the blame as the biggest suspect? Thinking up to here, Han Yunshi immediately went to knock on the door. The banging was loud, but no one paid her any attention. Who would have thought that after this, even the people who delivered water did not come? Another 2 days and 2 nights passed. Han Yunshi finally felt afraid. She curled up in a dark corner, thirsty and hungry. Her entire body was cold and her heart chilled. Just what was the situation outside? Did no one really care about her anymore? Han Yunshi knew that only Grand Concubine Yi and Long Fei Yi could save her now. She didn't place any hopes on Grand Concubine Yi, but Long Fei Yi. Where is he now? What is he doing? Even he could not save her? Or did he not intend to save them? Long Fei Yi's shocking words from the New Year's Eve banquet were still ringing in her ears. She had to admit that she was looking forward to it. Finally, on the morning of the 5th day, the iron gate was opened. When the light shone in from the outside, Han Yunshi immediately stood up. No matter how dazzling the light was, she did not close her eyes. The light represented hope, but who knew that what she saw was a hideous and terrifying face covered in tears? The Empress. Several guards came in with lanterns and hung them up. Soon, the whole room was lit up. At this time, Han Yunshi could see the things in the room clearly. There was nothing in the room except for a giant iron pot large enough to hold a grown man. Beneath the pot was a pile of firewood. Han Yunshi only glanced at it before her gaze rested on the Empress. The people she had brought were all guards, not jailers. It looked like the justice courts had all been sent away. When the Empress walked in, the guards immediately stepped forward to detain Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi's lips rose to a bitter smile, but she didn't struggle. She'd waited for 5 days before the Empress arrived. She knew she was doomed. Han Yunshi, Chongping hasn't been placed in the coffin yet. The Empress's tone was lifeless and unsettling. The cause of death is still unknown. If she's casually placed in the coffin, Chongping won't be able to rest in peace. Han Yunshi's tone was flat as well. She thought that if the Empress hadn't been placed in the coffin after 5 days, then at least the true culprit was still unknown. She still had hope. Unexpectedly, the Empress suddenly flew into a rage and rushed over to slap Han Yunshi twice. "It's all because of you. If you don't die, Chongping won't be able to rest in peace." Han Yunshi's hands were bound and she couldn't move. She turned her face to the side and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her gaze was like a knife as she glared at the Empress. "I'll say it one last time. Chongping wasn't killed by me. It was you who killed her. It was you who poisoned her." The Empress rebuked as she retreated. She angrily ordered, "Come, immediately light the fire. Bengong must make this slut confess today." Light the fire? Han Yunshi looked back and saw the guards light the firewood under the big iron pot. Then they began to pour oil inside. What were they planning to do? If the Empress wanted to extort a confession, shouldn't she be taken to the torture chamber? What was the point of burning oil? The more Han Yunshi looked, the more uneasy she felt. She looked at the Empress, but the Empress only smiled coldly at her. Han Yunshi felt that there was something wrong with the Empress' mental state. She was like a lunatic. "What exactly do you want to do?" Han Yunshi asked loudly. The Empress sneered and looked at her from above, not replying. Finally, the oil in the big iron pot behind her began to boil. The heat emitted, causing the room's temperature and humidity to rise. The smell of oil and smoke in the air became heavier and heavier, making people feel nauseous. Han Yunshi looked and looked. She seemed to have thought of something. Her face gradually paled and she shook her head. "Come, hang her up." The Empress finally spoke. This time, Han Yunshi completely understood. Although she had never seen this kind of torture before, she was certain that this was the most terrifying torture out of all. "Let go. Let go." "Empress, what's the point of making a confession? If you can't find the real culprit who killed Chongping, even if Chongping is buried, she won't be able to rest in peace," Han Yunshi shouted. However, when the Empress heard her words, not only did she not reflect, she became even more agitated and shouted crazily, "Shut up! Chongping was killed by you, it must be you. As long as you're dead, she will be able to rest in peace." If Han Yunshi paid attention at this time, she would definitely find that the Empress' mental state was abnormal. However, she had no time to care. She was tied up and hung above the boiling oil pot. Her feet were less than half a chi above the water surface. She had no choice but to curl her legs up to avoid being scalded by the heat. There was only a rope behind her and it was in the hands of a guard to keep her alive. As long as this rope was loosened, her entire body would fall into the boiling oil pot. That kind of temperature was enough to cook her instantly, right? The oil in the big iron pot was enough to drown her entire body. She could not imagine what it would be like if she fell in. She tightly clenched her teeth, but she could not stop her body from trembling. Too scary. Who could save her? Looking at the trembling Han Yunshi dangling from the frying pan, the Empress's emotions finally calmed down quite a bit. "Han Yunshi, were you the one who killed Princess Chongping?" she loudly questioned. Han Yunshi was still trembling. She did not look at the Empress and only stared at the boiling oil, not making a sound for a long time. "Answer this one's question." The Empress' voice became even louder. However, Han Yunshi still did not answer. Her lower lip was bleeding from her teeth. "Very good, you're not confessing?" The Empress took a deep breath and walked over. She suddenly snatched the rope from the guard's hands. With this, a section of the rope immediately slid down. Save me! Han Yunshi screamed. It was a heart-wrenching cry. Her knees were curled up to her chest, and her calves were practically stuck to the boiling oil. Just a little bit more and they would touch the hot oil. Her heart thumped very fast, and even breathing was difficult. She did not dare to look down and tightly shut her eyes. There was only one thought in her mind. Who could save her? The Empress tugged at the rope, a perverted pleasure on her face. She watched with interest and unhurriedly said, Han Yunshi, this one will give you one last chance. Will you confess? Or not? Confess or not confess? Live or die? How could she confess to something she didn't do? If she confessed, she would still die. The only difference was, if she didn't confess, she would die a very painful death. Suddenly, the Empress' voice became stern. Han Yunshi, answer this one's question. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi suddenly opened her eyes and fiercely glared at the Empress. She angrily replied, I won't confess. I didn't do it. You wronged me, you tortured me to extort a confession. It was you who caused Chongping to die without knowing why, dying with everlasting regret. You won't be able to rest in peace for the rest of your life. Han Yunshi, you're courting death. The Empress was also angry. The rope in her hand began to lower bit by bit. However, this time, Han Yunshi did not struggle or curl up her body. She dared to confess to something she had done, no matter how big it was. She would never confess to something she had never done. She silently looked at the scalding hot oil, a heroic smile blossoming on her lips. It was poignant and beautiful. Whether she confessed or not, she would die anyway. Why should she compromise and break her pride? Why not die in a more open and unrestrained manner? Some principles, some honor, could not be put down no matter what. As the rope was lowered bit by bit, the hanging hem of her skirt began to feel heavy. The hem of her skirt had already stuck to the hot oil and would soon reach her calf. She told herself, Han Yunshi, you're brave. Han Yunshi, you're good. This one will let you have a taste of your calf being fried. The Empress was furious and suddenly lowered the rope. It fell instantly. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly flew in like an arrow. Thump! Han Yunshi's falling body came to an abrupt stop, and then her whole body was pulled up. Han Yunshi immediately opened her eyes and saw Long Feiyi standing on the edge of the big oil pan. One hand was holding the rope above her head, the other hand was behind her back. He was dressed in white and stood tall and straight like a pine tree, but also like an immortal. His cold face was as calm as ever, but those deep eyes contained monstrous anger. Long Feiyi, you must be my guardian angel, right? Long Feiyi, 5 days. I've finally waited for you. The frightened Han Yunshi inexplicably smiled, not even noticing that the corners of her eyes were wet. No one expected Long Feiyi to appear at this time. The Empress was the most shocked. She released the rope and retreated to the wall. How did Long Feiyi get in? The Empress Dowager had already issued a ban. Without her permission, no one was allowed to visit. Today, she came over not only to inform the Empress Dowager, but also to inform the Emperor. Although there wasn't enough evidence to prove that the culprit was Han Yunshi, the Emperor had hinted several times that Han Yunshi was the most suspicious. If they couldn't find any evidence, they could only interrogate Han Yunshi. Because of Madame Li's last words, the Emperor had long regarded Han Yunshi and the Duke of Qin as thorns in his side. If he couldn't get rid of the Duke of Qin, he had to at least kill Han Yunshi first. The Empress, who had calmed down, immediately asked, Duke of Qin, without the Empress Dowager's imperial decree, who allowed you to come in? Long Feiyi retorted, Empress, who allowed you to use torture to extort a confession? So speaking, he scooped Han Yunshi into his arms and pulled her into the frying pan. Chapter 166. Because of Long Feiyi's question, the Empress was speechless for a long time. The room was silent. Long Fei carried Han Yunshi down from the towering cauldron. It wasn't clear whether it was because she'd been curled up for too long or because she was still afraid, but Han Yunxi's legs turned weak as soon as they touched the ground. She couldn't stand straight and fell straight into Long Fei's body. Of course, she wanted to get up immediately. She knew that this guy was very misophobic and especially hated this kind of behavior. However, Long Fei hugged her waist and said in a low voice, "Don't move." This time, Han Yunxi immediately froze. Although his voice was still very cold, Han Yunxi liked those 2 words. She obediently didn't move and leaned in his arms. Gradually, she felt his exclusive scent completely enveloping her. In an instant, all her fear disappeared. Unknowingly, she relaxed and put all her weight in his arms. And Long Fei lowered his head and lowered his cold eyes. He carefully lifted the corner of her skirt and tore off the part that was covered in hot oil. At this time, Han Yunxi noticed that a large part of her skirt was wet. If it accidentally stuck to her calf, with the temperature of the hot oil, it would definitely burn her skin. After Long Fei tore off a few pieces of her skirt, he checked other places one by one. Looking at his serious side profile, Han Yunxi was stunned. She forgot where she was. In her eyes and mind, there was only this man's silent and cold face, but his considerate and meticulous actions. She couldn't imagine that this big ice block could have such a meticulous side. Was she dreaming? Big ice block, if this is a dream, then, can I fall in love with you in a dream? After confirming that there were no oil stains on Han Yunxi's skirt, Long Fei immediately pushed her away. He was still as cold and concise as ever. Stand properly. Okay, this push immediately shattered all of Han Yunxi's beautiful dreams. Falling in love with him was simply asking for trouble. How was that possible? Her legs felt like jelly, but she still managed to stand firm on her own. After exhaling, she immediately complained, "Your Highness, I'm innocent. The Empress forced me to confess. She said that if I didn't confess, she would burn me to death." The Empress was caught red-handed and couldn't defend herself. Coldly, she glared at Han Yunxi and clenched her fist. "Empress, you're in such a hurry to beat him into a confession. Could it be that you have some unspeakable reason?" Long Fei asked. "I didn't. Han Yunxi was the murderer. Only she knew how to poison him. It must be her." The Empress roared angrily, completely forgetting herself. Long Fei didn't plan on wasting words with the Empress. Coldly, he said, "This prince is following the Emperor's orders to bring Han Yunxi out of prison and assist in the investigation of Princess Changping's death. This prince won't accompany you any longer." After saying that, he glanced at Han Yunxi and turned to leave. Han Yunxi gave a start. How did this fellow convince Emperor Tianhui to assist in the investigation? The one who died was Emperor Tianhui's daughter. Wasn't this a little too valiant? Actually, she was already satisfied that he'd come to save her and ensure her safety in prison. Of course, Han Yunxi's body reacted faster than her brain. She didn't even understand what was going on before she hurried after him like a little follower. But soon enough, the Empress rushed out with an angry cry. "Duke of Qin, you stop right there. How could Long Fei be so obedient?" He kept walking forward, just like when he'd paid his respects to the Empress Dowager. As Long Fei walked, Han Yunxi followed, ignoring the Empress's rage behind them. "Someone come, stop the Duke of Qin for me. His Majesty couldn't have issued such a decree. How could a suspect assist in the investigation? I refuse to accept this. Someone come, the Duke of Qin is trying to break out of prison. Stop them, do you hear me?" Yet, no matter how the Empress screamed, the guards of the Supreme Court, including the guards the Empress had brought, did not dare to stop her. The Duke of Qin wasn't breaking out of prison at all. He was walking out step by step, noble and elegant. After all, in Tianing country, blocking the Duke of Qin's path was equivalent to seeking death. The Empress couldn't accept it when she saw Long Fei take Han Yunxi away. The more she thought, the more fear in her eyes deepened. She immediately returned to the palace and went straight to the imperial study. Currently, Emperor Tianhui was sitting in front of his desk, staring blankly at a gold medallion in his hand. This was a special medallion that the late emperor had bestowed upon the Duke of Qin before he died. Back then, the Duke of Qin was still very, very young. Emperor Tianhui often wondered if the late emperor would be the one sitting in his study today if he'd lived a few more years. Seeing this medallion was the same as seeing the late emperor. The late emperor had given the Duke of Qin the privilege of disobeying imperial orders. It was equivalent to a chance to save his own life. Yet over the past decade, the Duke of Qin had taken every step cautiously and carefully. He'd never used this medallion to reach his current position of power. This time, for the sake of Han Yunshi, he'd used it. Thinking up to here, Emperor Tianhui's lips rose into a cold smile. Long Fei Yi, have you really taken a fancy to that woman? Very good, you, who have always been invulnerable, also have a weakness. At this moment, the Empress rushed in despite eunuch Shui's attempts to stop her. She bowed in front of Emperor Tianhui and said, Your Majesty, the Duke of Qin took Han Yunshi away. He said she was assisting in the investigation under your orders? How can a suspect assist in the investigation? Emperor Tianhui withdrew his cold smile and said mildly, Empress, you may rise. Your Majesty, Chongping died unjustly. If your Majesty doesn't give Chongping justice, Chenxia will kneel and never rise. The Empress didn't rise but knelt instead. Emperor Tianhui's eyes flashed with impatience. Before the Empress had arrived, the Empress Dowager had already arrived to discuss the same matter. Chongping's death made the Empress and Empress Dowager hate Han Yunshi to the bone. Still, his heart ached as well. Even if he took 10,000 steps back and assumed that Han Yunshi wasn't the culprit this time, he still wanted to seize the chance to kill Han Yunshi. He was already afraid of Long Fei Yi to begin with. Now there was Han Yunshi as well. How could he not be on guard against the possibility of Han Yunshi becoming one of Long Fei Yi's capable subordinates? Poison skills could save people as well as kill. It could save a country as well as destroy it. The traitor Madame Li's words before she died would occasionally linger in his ears, making him restless. But Long Fei Yi's gold medal forced him to yield. Even so, it was only a chance. He refused to believe that Han Yunshi could prove her innocence in such a short time. Zhen will only give her 1 day's time. If the Duke of Qin can't produce evidence to prove Han Yunshi's innocence by tonight, Zhen will immediately convict Han Yunshi of murder. Emperor Tianhui said coldly. One day the Empress never expected such an agreement. What could Han Yunshi find out in 1 day's time? The corpse had already been there for 5 days. Over the past 5 days, she'd refused all of the coroner's requests to examine it. She'd refused to let anyone get close to Chongping, so there were still no clues to Chongping's death. Han Yunshi had been locked up this entire time without any direct evidence to convict her. If Han Yunshi refused to confess, this stalemate would continue for a long time. But with this agreement, Han Yunshi was dead for sure. After the Empress thought it through, she grew excited. Your Majesty is wise. Many thanks to Your Majesty. Chongping will be able to rest in peace soon. When the Empress returned to Cunning Palace, she immediately found the steward Qian Mama and dismissed all the servant girls. In a low voice, she asked, Has that thing been disposed of? To reply Nyang Nyang, this servant girl disposed of it last night. Besides this servant, no one else knows. After Princess Chongping was suddenly poisoned to death in the West Wing Palace, another person had died in the West Wing Palace in the past 5 days. She had no injuries, no pain, and no illness. She had mysteriously died, causing everyone to panic. Everyone said that Princess Chongping wasn't poisoned to death by the Duke of Qin's household, but that there was something dirty in the West Wing Palace. But the Empress had concealed the truth. None of the servants dared to make a sound. Even the Empress Dowager didn't know. Everyone guessed that the Empress had steeled her heart to kill Qin Wangfei. Last night, the Empress had ordered her to dispose of something wrapped up tightly. It wasn't big, but it was very heavy. Even Qian Mama didn't know what it was. Has the corpse been disposed of? The Empress asked again. It's been disposed of. The newcomers have all been replaced. Qian Mama replied truthfully. It was normal for 1 or 2 palace maids and eunuchs to die in the palace. It wasn't hard to dispose of. Only then did the Empress let out a sigh of relief. She looked at the sky outside and suddenly sank into silence. No matter how Qian Mama looked at the Empress, she felt that it was strange. But when she thought of the Empress's heartache over the loss of her daughter, she felt that it was normal and didn't dare disturb her. At this time, the weather outside was very good. The sun shone brightly and it was close to noon. One day's time. When Han Yunxi heard this agreement, she almost choked on her own saliva. She abruptly stopped and looked at Long Feiyi with furrowed brows. She seriously asked, "Your Highness Duke of Qin, why do you believe that I can find the truth in one day?" Unexpectedly, Long Feiyi replied, "It's not that this prince believes you. It's just that if you're going to die sooner or later, it's better to die quickly and save this prince trouble." You! Han Yunxi was stifled with anger. She'd taken this guy to be an angel, but now she realized she'd been blind. He was actually a demon. Of course, Han Yunxi had no idea about the gold medallion. No wonder Emperor Tianhui agreed to let a suspect like her participate in the investigation. But Long Feiyi was right. If she was trapped in the prisons, it'd be hard for her to escape death based on the Empress Dowager's attitude. Long Feiyi could protect her once, but not 10 times. One day's time was the same as gambling with her life. Seeing Han Yunxi remain silent, Long Feiyi tilted his head and looked disdainfully at her. "If you regret it, you can go back." Han Yunxi snorted disdainfully, her smile brighter than the sun. "Since this Wang Fei came out, I have no plans to go back. Let's go, take me to the autopsy immediately." After being locked up for 5 days, Han Yunxi's face was pale and bloodless. Her body was sickly weak, but at this moment, her entire being radiated with a threatening radiance under the sunlight. Long Feiyi's gaze was fixed on her face, not moving away for a long time. "Han Yunxi, this time your lordship has invested heavily. You mustn't disappoint your lordship." At noon, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi arrived at the Flowing Splendor Palace where Princess Changping's body was. The Empress Dowager, Empress, and Long Tianma had all heard the news and hurried over. It was winter now, and the crystal coffin had preserved the body well. However, the livor mortis had already spread all over the body, revealing signs of poisoning. Although Changping had made things difficult for her and framed her in the past, Han Yunxi still felt uncomfortable seeing such a beautiful life fall. She stood there for a while before saying, "Open the coffin." But the Empress, who'd been glaring at Han Yunxi from her seat, suddenly stood up. "Don't even think about it." Chapter 167. The Empress not only stood up, but walked to the side of the ice coffin and pressed a hand against the lid. She looked coldly at Han Yunxi. "You murderer, I definitely won't allow you to disturb Changping." Half of the day had already passed. There was only half a day left. As long as it was nighttime and Han Yunxi couldn't find the truth about the poison, she would have to confess. The Empress couldn't wait to delay Han Yunxi so that she couldn't do anything. Han Yunxi was really impatient. She already had enough of this kind of ridiculous injustice. However, at this time, she more or less saw the Empress's strange behavior. The Empress was Changping's birth mother. The pain of losing a daughter was understandable. However, to be so overbearing and unreasonable to blame her, it seemed a bit wrong. As a mother, didn't she want to know the truth? Why did she insist that she was the murderer? Even if she believed, shouldn't she be anxious to find evidence? On the way here, Long Feiyi said that in these 5 days and 5 nights, no matter if it was a coroner or a poison master, no one would be able to get close to Changping's body. The Empress simply didn't allow anyone to examine the body. "Empress, if you have this kind of attitude, I can only go back to the Supreme Court. However, before you find evidence, please don't casually use torture to extort a confession. This isn't how a country's empress should act. Coldly, Han Yunshi warned. When these words were said, many of the servants present looked at each other. Only now did they know that the empress had gone to the Supreme Court to extort a confession. Long Tianma's brows were tightly knitted. He went forward and pulled the empress. Muhu, Imperial Father has already promised Imperial Qin Uncle. Just let her investigate. However, the empress lay on the ice room and cried, "No, how can I let the murderer touch Chongping again? As a mother, how can I explain this to Chongping?" Long Tianma couldn't persuade her and turned to look at the Empress Dowager. However, the Empress Dowager looked at the Empress without any intention of persuading her. The Empress broke down emotionally, but the Empress Dowager was still calm. She had done her research over the past 5 days. On New Year's Eve, the security in the palace was the tightest, especially her Peace Palace. The West Wing Palace was to the west of the Peace Palace, so it was unlikely that an assassin would be able to break in. Even if they did, it would be difficult for them to kill without making a sound. What's more, Chongping was a princess, and her social circle was nothing more than aristocratic families. Everyone couldn't wait to curry favor with her. It had always been others who offended her, and not her who offended others. How could she attract the disaster of murder? And in the palace, how could such a rare poison appear? Who would dare to poison Chongping? After thinking it over, Han Yunshi, who had first-rate poison skills, was still the most suspicious. Moreover, she was the only one who had a grudge with Chongping. "Han Yunshi, Aijia hasn't managed to win you over yet, but you've already killed Aijia's most precious granddaughter. Aijia has really misjudged you." The Empress Dowager didn't say anything. The Empress Dowager was lying on the crystal ice coffin. The servants naturally didn't dare to open the coffin. Time passed slowly. The winter afternoons were very short. If this dragged on, the sky would turn dark. Han Yunshi was furious. "Empress, are you going to move aside or not?" The Empress looked at Han Yunshi with resentment, but didn't move. Han Yunshi turned to leave. "Your Highness, please send Xinxie back to the Supreme Court." Who knew that Long Fei Yi would examine the Empress and coldly ask, "Empress, what are you feeling guilty about?" It wasn't just Han Yunshi, but Long Fei as well. With the Empress's usual personality, even if she was grieving, she wouldn't be so unreasonable as to throw a tantrum. She'd even lost the self-restraint of a mother of a nation. Hearing this, the Empress subconsciously let go. "I'm not. If you're not, then open the coffin and examine the body. It's only half a day, what are you afraid of? Could it be that you're afraid that Han Yunshi will find evidence?" Long Fei Yi continued to interrogate. Long Fei Ye's words surprised the Empress Dowager and Long Tianma. The Empress Dowager immediately slammed the table and stood up. "Qin Wang, what do you mean by this? The Empress is grieving over the loss of her daughter. Not only are you not understanding, you're speaking rudely. Aren't you husband and wife going too far?" Who knew that Long Fei Yi also slammed the table and stood up. His cold eyes glared at the Empress Dowager as he angrily said, "This Wang used the late Emperor's decree of privilege to exchange for this opportunity. What does the Empress mean by obstructing and looking down on the late Emperor's decree of privilege?" Decree of privilege? When these words came out, all the servants present immediately knelt down. Heavens, Qin Wang was angry. Qin Wang had even invited the late Emperor? The Empress was dumbstruck. She immediately retreated and knelt down with a plop. "Xinxie doesn't dare. Xinxie absolutely doesn't dare." The Empress Dowager stood in place and stared blankly at Long Fei Yi. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. If the Empress Dowager remembered correctly, this was the first time she had seen Qin Wang angry. Qin Wang, who had always been cold and indifferent, actually really got angry and brought out the late Emperor's decree of privilege. Just for a mere Han Yunshi? A woman who was forced on him? Are you pampering her or being generous? Amidst everyone's shock, Long Fei ordered, "Someone, open the coffin." At this time, Han Yunshi, who was also in disbelief, slowly turned around. She finally understood why she and Long Fei could smoothly walk out of the Supreme Court. Looking at Long Fei's domineering expression, Han Yunshi's heart madly thumped. This wasn't a dream. Why was this man so good to her? "Han Yunshi, what are you still standing there for?" Long Fei angrily said. He wasn't good at all. His tone was always unkind and his attitude was always cold. At this time, the crystal ice coffin had already been opened. Han Yunshi quickly came back to her senses. Ignoring the throbbing in her heart, she immediately began to check. On the way here, she had already sorted out her thoughts. Her first step was to find the location of the poison. The location could determine the method of poisoning, and the method of poisoning represented the method of poisoning. This was the first step, and also the most important step. Han Yunshi approached and activated the scanning system to do a detailed check. If she didn't check carefully, she wouldn't have known. Now that she checked, she found out that on New Year's Eve in the West Wing room, she had missed out on important information in her panic. The location of the poison was on Chongping's hand. It was a wound infection type poison. In other words, it wasn't someone who deliberately poisoned her. Chongping had a wound on her hand and came into contact with the source of the poison. Han Yunshi was overjoyed. She knew it. The security on New Year's Eve was so tight. How could an assassin have broken in? At that time, she had run over as soon as she heard the sound, but she hadn't seen anyone. Moreover, all the windows in that room had been closed. No one had poisoned her. Princess Chongping had been careless and had come into contact with the poison. She hadn't walked a few steps when the poison flared up and knocked over the shelf. That was why she had heard the sound and seen the scene of death. This surprising discovery made the whole thing much simpler. It had to be known that if an assassin had poisoned her, it would be impossible to find the assassin and she would be done for. However, if she had been careless and came into contact with the poison, finding the source of the poison was a piece of cake for Han Yunshi. At this time, everyone's attention was on Han Yunshi. She sneaked a glance at Long Fei. She didn't say anything and continued to do the next step of the examination. Poison sources could be divided into two types. One was natural poison sources, such as plants or animals that were naturally poisonous. The other was artificial poison sources, which were poisons that were artificially extracted. Antivirus upon contact was an extremely rare poison that usually appeared in the southern regions. The number of people who knew about it was even fewer. How could it have appeared in the palace? Filled with doubts, Han Yunshi collected some dried blood clots from the wound on Princess Chongping's hand to conduct an analysis. The corpse had been stored for 5 days and the blood clots were already mixed with quite a few impurities. Normal poison masters wouldn't be able to detect them. Fortunately, Han Yunshi had her most considerate friend, the detoxification system, to help her. However, when the results of the analysis came out, Han Yunshi was shocked. She never would have thought that the source of the poison would be like this. This was too inconceivable. Han Yunshi hid the shock in her heart and silently retreated. She took off her gloves and washed her hands. At this time, the room was even more silent. Everyone had clearly seen that Han Yunshi hadn't done anything. She had only used her needles to collect some blood clots. Did this mean that she was done with the autopsy? Did she find anything? Seeing that Han Yunshi's complexion wasn't very good, the Empress Dowager was the first to speak. Han Yunshi, did you find anything? The Empress anxiously looked over, a trace of nervousness flashing through her eyes. Han Yunshi glanced at the Empress Dowager and Empress, but didn't reply. Instead, she turned to Long Fei and said, "Take me to the West Wing Palace." Long Fei didn't ask any more questions. He stood up and left with Han Yunshi, leaving behind a room full of puzzled people. What is this?" the Empress Dowager muttered unhappily. The Empress's eyes flickered with complicated emotions. She didn't reply. Long Tianma said in a low voice, "Imperial Grandmother, let's go take a look together." As Han Yunshi walked into the West Wing Palace, her expression became serious. She looked around, as if searching for something. However, she quickly retracted her gaze and headed straight for the room where Princess Chongping had been killed. At this time, Long Feiyi was curious. He asked in a low voice, "How is it? The source of the poison should be in this palace." Han Yunshi's expression was serious. When she walked out after checking the room, the Empress Dowager and the others had already arrived. Han Yunshi didn't lower her voice, so the Empress Dowager and the others heard her words clearly. The most agitated person was Long Tianma. "Imperial Qin Aunt, what did you say? The source of the poison should still be in the palace. If it's not, then it's too strange." Seeing this, the Empress Dowager was also shocked. Could it be that Han Yunshi had really been wrongly accused? "Then you find it?" the Empress Dowager said coldly. Standing beside her, the Empress suddenly trembled. Long Tianma hurriedly supported her. "Mohu, are you all right?" Han Yunshi glanced at the Empress. She still had an indescribable feeling, but she didn't have time to think about it. "Call Chongping's personal servant Shuang Hong over," she said indifferently. "What exactly do you want to do?" The Empress Dowager was anxious. "Don't worry, Empress Dowager. Before nightfall, Chongping will definitely be able to rest in peace," Han Yunshi said indifferently. These words made everyone even more certain that she had found something. The Empress Dowager pursed her lips. "All right, Aijia will wait." The Empress stared fixedly at Han Yunshi. She didn't even realize that her teeth were tightly clenched and her body was tense. Long Feiyi stood to the side, calmly stroking his chin as he took in the Empress's reaction. After Princess Chongping's death, Shuang Hong fell ill. After a while, 2 palace maids helped her over. As soon as she saw Han Yunshi, Shuang Hong was filled with hatred. Although she knelt, she glared at her. However, Han Yunshi squatted down and asked word by word, "Shuang Hong, on New Year's Eve, when Princess Chongping sent you out to get something, what did you take out of this room?" Han Yunshi was very certain that Chongping hadn't been poisoned for long. The source of the poison had to be in this room. That night, she had already checked and hadn't found it. Today, she still hadn't found it. Without a doubt, the item had been taken away. As soon as she said this, before Shuang Hong could reply, the Empress's legs went soft and she collapsed into Long Tianma's arms. Mohu, what's wrong?" Long Tianma was shocked. Words for the readers. Come. Move your fingers and add the little poison consort to your collection. While you're at it, click on the recommendation button. Chapter 168. What's wrong, Empress? Han Yunshi stopped her interrogation and looked towards the Empress, but the Empress immediately avoided her gaze. Long Tianma helped the Empress sit down at the side, very concerned. "Imperial Mother, are you all right? Are you too tired?" Someone summoned the Imperial Physician. The Empress Dowager also spoke. However, the Empress stopped him, her tone firm. "I'm fine, there's no need." Han Yunshi was even more confused and questioned Shuang Hong again. "Shuang Hong, think carefully. You can't leave anything out." Shuang Hong didn't know why Han Yunshi asked this question. Actually, she didn't need to think too much. That day, when Princess Chongping sent her out to get something, she also asked her to take something with her. It was just one thing, and it was a very special thing. She remembered it very clearly. The Empress sat at the side, staring fixedly at Shuang Hong. Perhaps because her gaze was too intense, Shuang Hong actually sensed the Empress's gaze. She timidly glanced over and was suddenly frightened, immediately retracting her gaze. At this time, Shuang Hong felt uneasy. Why was the Empress looking at her like this? Could it be that thing? She was hesitating when Han Yunshi coldly said, "Shuang Hong, this is a serious matter. Think carefully. If you're lying, once it's discovered." This was a reminder and also a warning. Han Yunshi didn't finish her sentence. Shuang Hong lowered her head, her heart pounding. She secretly glanced at the Empress, hesitating. However, at this time, the silent Long Fei spoke. It's only been a few days. Do you need to think for so long? When these words came out, Shuang Hong abruptly raised her head and met Long Fei's icy gaze. She was almost scared out of her wits. Heavens, the Duke of Qin was looking at her and even personally interrogating her. Too frightening. Shuang Hong didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly replied, "This servant remembers. That day, Princess Chongping had this servant take away a wooden Buddha statue. That belongs to the Empress. This servant left it in the front room and hasn't returned it yet." When these words came out, the Empress seemed to have her soul sucked out of her body and collapsed. It belonged to the Empress? Han Yunxi was shocked. Looking at the Empress's reaction, she seemed to realize something. A complicated look flashed across her eyes. She did not hesitate and said, "Where did you put it? Take me to see it immediately." "It's in the small room next to the door on the right. I haven't touched it since I put it there," Shuang Hong answered truthfully. Han Yunxi didn't say anything and strode away. Long Fei was the second to follow. The Empress Dowager and Long Tianma became more and more suspicious. What was going on? Han Yunxi is so quiet. What did she find? However, just as the grandmother and granddaughter were puzzled, the Empress, who was sitting on the side, suddenly stood up and quickly chased after them. "Mother!" Long Tianma shouted. He finally realized that something was wrong with his mother. Although she had been emotionally unstable for the past 5 or 6 days, today was too. What's wrong with her? The Empress Dowager became worried. Long Tianma didn't know what to say for a while. He supported the Empress Dowager and chased after them. However, at this time, Han Yunxi couldn't find anything in the room Shuang Hong pointed out. "I clearly put it here. I never touched it again. After the incident that day, I fell ill. I never came here again. No one dares to touch the Empress things. That's the Buddha statue that the Empress recently invited." Shuang Hong was very excited. She was afraid that she would get into trouble. Han Yunxi and Long Fei walked out of the room and saw the Empress standing at the door, staring at them in a daze. "Empress, do you know where that Buddha statue went?" Han Yunxi asked seriously. "I don't know." The Empress immediately replied. "So you're saying that it's lost?" Han Yunxi asked again. "The things here won't be lost. Moreover, it's mother's things. Shuang Hong, think about it carefully." Long Tianma walked over. Shuang Hong immediately knelt down. "Your Highness Crown Prince, this servant didn't remember incorrectly. It was placed in that room. Princess Chongping wanted to personally carve a stone Buddha statue for the Empress Dowager as a New Year's gift, but time was short. It was already New Year's Eve and the lotus seat hadn't been carved yet. On New Year's Eve, Princess had this servant borrow a wooden Buddha statue from the Empress to imitate. Afterwards, Princess had this servant go get some gold powder and put the wooden Buddha statue away. This servant put the wooden Buddha statue in this room." Speaking to hear, Shuang Hong immediately added, "That's right. This servant remembered. That night, this servant told Xiao Yu in the West Wing Palace. She also knew that it was here. Someone, Xian Xiao Yu, come here." Long Fei immediately ordered. "Xiao Yu?" The Empress' face was ashen as she remained silent. However, Xiao Yu didn't come. Instead, it was Qian Momo who came. Reporting to the masters, Palace maid Xiao Yu contracted a terrible disease 2 days ago and is gone. Before she could finish speaking, Han Yunxi suddenly narrowed her eyes. With such a coincidence, if she still couldn't figure out what was going on, then she would have lived in vain. "Where's the corpse?" Han Yunxi coldly asked. Qian Momo secretly glanced at the Empress and was still calm. "The corpse was cremated that day." Han Yunxi sneered and sternly asked, "Where's that thing?" "Qian Momo, you're in charge of the West Wing Palace, right? Where's the Empress wooden Buddha statue? Who under you has the guts to steal the Empress Buddha statue? Are they looking to die?" This, This old servant isn't clear. Qian Momo was also scared. She couldn't understand how Qin Wangfei knew to look for that thing. Not clear, not clear. How do you manage things? Han Yunxi pressed. Qian Momo was so scared that her face turned ashen. She didn't know how to answer. Han Yunxi looked at the silent Empress and coldly asked, Your Highness the Empress, don't you know how to look for something that you lost? Hearing Han Yunxi's tone, Long Tianma immediately asked in displeasure, How would Mohu be in the mood to look for something? Imperial Qin Aunt, why are you looking for that thing? Han Yunxi, you're here to investigate the poison. What does it have to do with you that something is missing? The Empress Dowager was also unhappy. The Empress Dowager and Long Tianma naturally saw that there was something fishy about this. However, they couldn't figure out how these two matters were related. Perhaps it wasn't that they couldn't figure it out, but that they were afraid that if they continued to investigate, they would discover something terrifying. After all, at this point, this matter was related to the Empress no matter how they looked at it. Han Yunxi ignored them and coldly stared at the Empress. The Empress tightly gritted her teeth and held on to her last bit of rationality as she met her gaze. However, who knew that Han Yunxi suddenly announced without warning, That wooden Buddha statue is the source of the poison. When this was said, there was an uproar. Even Long Feiyi was shocked. He knew that Han Yunxi looking for the missing Buddha statue must have something to do with the source of the poison. However, he didn't expect the Buddha statue to be the source of the poison. No, it's not. In the silence, the Empress muttered to herself and started to shake her head. However, Han Yunxi continued. Chongping had a wound on her hand. The poison she was poisoned with was a natural source. She died because she accidentally touched the source of the poison. There's no such coincidence in the world. The person who purposely hid the Buddha statue must know the truth. In other words, the person who hid the wooden Buddha statue is Chongping's murderer. These few words were like a blow to the Empress's head. Finally, the Empress, who was on the verge of collapse, couldn't hold it in any more and suddenly roared, I'm not the murderer. I'm not. What? In a split second, everyone was stunned. Why did the Empress say that? Wasn't this just revealing the 300 tales hidden here? So, the Empress was the one who hid the Buddha statue? Just when everyone had yet to regain their senses, the Empress suddenly pounced towards Han Yunxi and screamed loudly, No! It's not like that. You're the murderer. You're the murderer. You didn't save Chongping. You're the murderer. Long Feiyi reacted quickly and grabbed the Empress's hand and pushed her towards Long Tianma, who knew that the Empress seemed to have gone crazy. She struggled with all her might and pounced towards Han Yunxi while scolding angrily, Why didn't you save her? Why? Han Yunxi, aren't you very powerful? Why didn't you save her? Why didn't you go earlier? Why didn't you save her? If you had gone earlier, she wouldn't have died. Woo. Han Yunxi, you must have purposely not saved Chongping. You're the one who harmed Chongping. It's not me. The Empress's reaction was too unexpected. No one expected such a thing to happen. Long Tianma was stunned on the spot. How could this be? It was actually the Empress. Impossible. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. How could the Empress do such a thing? Han Yunxi, don't slander me. The Empress Dowager was furious. Who would believe this? Although Han Yunxi had her suspicions after asking about the wooden Buddha statue, she was still very shocked when she saw the Empress's reaction. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Only Long Feiyi was calm. He angrily said, Qian Mama, where's the thing? Take it out. Qian Mama didn't know that the thing she bought was related to Chongping's death. Seeing the Empress's reaction, she was scared out of her wits. Her lips and teeth trembled. Bury it in the back courtyard. This servant doesn't know anything. The Empress, she let this servant bury it in the back courtyard. Qian Mama's words were undoubtedly condemning the Empress's crime. The Empress Dowager retreated several steps until she bumped into the door. She looked at the Empress in disbelief. The Empress was paralyzed at Long Tianma's feet, crying nonstop like a lunatic. Long Fei Yi brought Qian Mama and personally dug up the wooden Buddha statue buried in the back courtyard. He didn't touch it directly. The wooden Buddha statue was wrapped tightly with a piece of cloth. Once he took it, Han Yunxi's detoxification system alerted her. This thing was poisonous. Han Yunxi personally undid the cloth carefully. When she saw the wooden Buddha statue, Han Yunxi suddenly felt like she was going to collapse. Heavens! This thing was poison arrow wood. This was a Buddha statue carved from poison arrow wood. The poison arrowwood's roots and bark were all useful, but they had to be soaked for several days to get rid of the poison. The wooden Buddha statue in front of her wasn't cleaned at all. There was still a small amount of sap hidden in the wood. If one looked carefully, they would see that the bottom of the Buddha statue was slightly moist. This kind of poison had to enter the blood to cause poisoning. Therefore, not everyone would be poisoned if they touched it. However, once there was a wound on their hand, it would definitely be infected and they would die without a doubt. Of course, those who didn't know poison arrowwood were still unable to believe it. Long Tianma couldn't control his own situation and angrily questioned, "What proof do you have that this is the source of the poison?" Han Yunxi didn't answer. Instead, she got someone to bring a live chicken over. When the big rooster was brought over, Han Yunxi personally grabbed it. She cut a small wound on the chicken claw and then brought it close to the base of the Buddha statue. Then, Han Yunxi let go of the rooster. In that moment, everyone looked over. They saw the big rooster walk a few steps and then crash to the ground. Dead. Chapter 169. The rooster was dead. Suddenly, the Empress, who had been sobbing quietly, screamed in panic. "Dead! Dead! Poison! The Buddha statue is poisonous!" Muhu, don't be like this. What happened to you?" Long Tianma hurriedly hugged the Empress, but the Empress kept struggling in fear. "Let go of me, the rooster is dead, do you see? The rooster is dead. Chongping is also dead. Poison, that thing is poisonous." As the Empress screamed, she suddenly quieted down and stared blankly at Long Tianma. "Emperor, I was the one who caused Chongping's death, right? Was it me?" "Emperor, I didn't do it on purpose. I really didn't do it on purpose. It wasn't me. It wasn't me." Long Fei Yi stared blankly at his mother's frightened appearance, his mind completely blank. Could it be that Muhu went crazy? Just as Long Tianma was in a daze, the Empress suddenly broke free from his hands and ran out of the west wing. "Someone come, stop the Empress! Call an imperial physician, quickly!" The Empress Dowager cried out in alarm. She had seen too many crazy women in the harem in her life. The Empress's appearance made her afraid. Long Tianma finally recovered and was the first to chase after her. "Qian Mama, what exactly happened?" Long Fei Yi sternly asked. The source of the poison had been found, but the matter wasn't over yet. Who would believe that the Empress would poison Princess Chongping? There must be a reason for the Empress to be so crazy. Qian Mama trembled in fear and didn't dare to hide anything. Not long after Princess Chongping's death, Xiaoye also died in the West Wing. She suddenly collapsed in that room, and her death was very similar to Princess Chongping's. There was no reason for it, and there was no pain or illness. When the Empress found out, she ordered this servant to secretly bury Xiaoye. That day, the Empress stayed in this room for a long time. When she came out, she ordered this servant to bury the wooden Buddha statue. At that time, the Buddha statue was tightly wrapped and this servant didn't know what it was, so I could only do as I was told. When I heard that something was missing in this room, this servant knew it must be the thing from that day. Qian Mama paused for a moment, then added, "Your Highness, the Empress definitely isn't the culprit. This Buddha statue was just sent from Nanzhao last year. The person who presented it said that the material was special and very rare. It's called something arrowwood. At that time, this servant was also present. The Empress really didn't know that this thing was poisonous. Her Majesty must be blaming herself too much to hide this matter. Hearing this, Han Yunshi finally understood what was going on. That night, at the scene of Princess Chongping's death, she had explained the matter of the poison arrow wood in detail. Later on, the Empress had probably guessed the cause of Xiaoya's death, which was why she had concealed Xiaoya's death and buried the Buddha statue. However, was the Empress blaming herself, unwilling to accept the result, or was she deliberately using this opportunity to frame her? Thinking of the Empress's mental state, Han Yunshi didn't want to pursue the matter. She turned and bowed towards the Empress Dowager, saying lightly, "Empress Dowager, there are 2 wounds on Chongping's right hand. There's poison on the wounds, the same as the one on the Buddha statue. It's the poison arrow wood. If the Empress Dowager doesn't believe me, you can ask other poison doctors to examine it. Chen Xie is innocent. It was a coincidence. The Empress probably didn't want it to be like this." Now that the truth was out, what else could the Empress Dowager say? She seemed to have aged 10 years in a single night. Her usually astute eyes were now bloodshot and muddy. She never thought that Chongping would die like this. In order to give her a surprise for the new year, for a Buddha statue, she lost her life. After a long time, the Empress Dowager murmured, "Han Yunshi, why didn't you go earlier? Why didn't you save Chongping?" This was what the Empress had just questioned Han Yunshi. She didn't have time to save the princess, so she was the culprit? The Empress couldn't accept that the Buddha statue was the source of the poison. She couldn't accept that Chongping's death was related to her own negligence. She was also afraid that the truth would be revealed, so she kept pointing fingers at her, and even wanted her to confess. She was just deceiving herself. Han Yunshi exhaled, saying lightly, "Empress Dowager, doctors aren't omnipotent. Please restrain your grief." As a doctor, Han Yunshi blamed herself for not being able to save a life in time. She felt regret. However, this kind of thing happened too often. This didn't mean she had to take responsibility. She only rejoiced that she had the chance to explain herself. Otherwise, she would have died even more unjustly than Princess Chongping. The Empress Dowager's brows furrowed as she stared at Han Yunshi. The surroundings were silent. But right at this moment, a eunuch suddenly flew in. Empress Dowager, the Empress she has gone mad." The Empress Dowager was stunned. She only felt her vision darken before she fainted. Fortunately, an old mama by her side caught her in time and brought her into the room. Gone mad? Han Yunshi's eyes flashed with pity as her heart grew heavy. All right, no matter what the Empress thought, she was willing to believe that the Empress had lost her mind to frame her like this. She didn't want to pursue the Empress's false accusations anymore. If she thought like this, she could be forgiven. If she thought like this, the world would be much brighter. Han Yunshi inadvertently turned her head and saw Long Feiyi staring at her. "What are you looking at?" she blurted out. Long Feiyi gave a start and coughed lightly. He looked up at the sky, which was already dark. He said mildly, "The time is just right. You can go back now." "Oh," Han Yunshi nodded. She didn't know what the Empress's situation was, much less what Emperor Tianhui's reaction would be if he found out. In any case, since this fellow said he wanted her to leave, then so be it. She assumed that Long Feiyi wanted her to go back on her own, but he actually left with her. He left without even saying goodbye. Long Feiyi, are you sure you haven't offended Emperor Tianhui enough? No matter what the Empress and Empress Dowager's reactions were, at least Han Yunshi knew that Emperor Tianhui wanted to kill her after Madame Li's death. It looked like she'd better be careful in the future and not leave behind any weak points. After climbing into the carriage, Han Yunshi felt exhausted as soon as she sat down. She'd been locked up for 5 days and 5 nights without food or sleep. Now that she'd been tossed and turned, her taut nerves finally relaxed. She was truly about to collapse. She wanted to take a nap, but somehow she couldn't fall asleep when she was next to a certain block of ice. She leaned lazily on one side and hesitated for a long time before she said, this time. Many thanks. Normally, she would call him Your Highness. When she was angry, she'd impulsively call him Long Fei Yi. But when she spoke seriously, she didn't call him that at all. Long Fei Yi sat languidly in his seat, his noble and domineering air a natural part of him. He looked at her coldly and tossed out, "Don't cause trouble for your lordship in the future." Trouble? Trouble came knocking on my door, all right? Han Yunshi muttered resentfully. Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with amusement before he asked coldly, "What did you say?" "I don't need to return the command medallion, do I?" Han Yunshi purposely joked. Actually, what really shocked her wasn't the truth, but the matter of the command medallion. This fellow had invested so much in her, so he couldn't have any frightening motives, right? But Long Fei Ye's expression stiffened. He didn't reply, but turned to look out the window. What an unpredictable guy, Han Yunshi muttered to herself as she looked in the other direction. By the time Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi returned to the Duke of Qin's estate, Grand Concubine Yi had long heard the news from the palace. It had to be said that news traveled fast. Han Yunshi had escaped death from the hands of the Empress Dowager and Empress. She thought that Grand Concubine Yi would rejoice and welcome her back, but as soon as she and Long Fei Yi stepped through the doors, Grand Concubine Yi didn't even spare her a glance. Instead, she grabbed Long Fei Yi and demanded, "Fei, you used the command medallion?" "Yes," Long Fei Yi replied mildly before continuing to walk forward. "You used the command medallion just for her sake?" Grand Concubine Yi couldn't believe it. Han Yunshi's sparkling eyes dimmed as she resentfully lowered her head, a bitter smile rising to her lips. But Long Fei Yi only replied, "Your lordship's things, so your lordship is happy to use them." "You." Grand Concubine Yi fumed, but had no words to retort. Han Yunshi stole a glance at Long Fei Yi and saw his cold but serious profile. In an instant, her drooping lips rose into a sweet smile. "Long Fei Yi, I, Han Yunshi, will remember your willingness." Seeing Long Fei Yi leave, Grand Concubine Yi chased after him. She didn't mention the command medallion again, but asked, "Yao Yao went back to Western Zhou this morning. Did you know about this?" Hearing this, Han Yunshi recalled the events of the New Year's Eve banquet. Emperor Tianhui had called Long Fei Yi over for a private talk. What had they talked about? Princess Rongla wasn't the type to admit defeat easily, so why had she gone back? If Princess Rongla went back, did that mean the marriage alliance after the new year had fallen through? Thinking up to here, Han Yunshi's smile grew even more intense. "I don't know," Long Fei Yi replied mildly without stopping his steps. Grand Concubine Yi followed closely behind, her voice angry. "Fei! Mu Fei is talking to you." Long Fei Yi stopped. "Mu Fei, Princess Rongla's marriage alliance has nothing to do with the Duke of Qin's estate. You should worry less in the future." "You." Grand Concubine Yi fumed. "You. Just what did you say to His Majesty? Did you hurt Yao Yao?" Long Fei Yi didn't reply, but strode towards the hibiscus courtyard. Han Yunshi tactfully followed, and husband and wife soon disappeared from Grand Concubine Yi's sight. Grand Concubine Yi was so angry that her face turned red. But when she calmed down, she knitted her brows and muttered to herself, "Fei, he couldn't really be doing this for Han Yunshi, could he?" Currently, the Empress's Hall of Earthly Tranquility was in chaos. The court ladies and Mama were frantically packing things up. Even Gu Beiwei had confirmed that the Empress had gone mad. She needed to be carefully nursed back to health without being provoked again, or else she might never recover. Emperor Tianhui made the decision that very night to send the Empress to a side palace in the western mountains to recuperate. She wouldn't even be allowed to attend Princess Chongping's funeral. Emperor Tianhui sat in the courtyard, his expression so gloomy that it could drip water. His daughter had died and the Empress had gone mad. How could he not be angry when a perfectly good New Year's Eve had ended up like this? Moreover, Han Yunshi had been absolved of her crimes. If he hadn't agreed to Long Fei Ye's request to release Han Yunshi, perhaps the Empress wouldn't have lost her mind. Moreover, Long Fei had insisted on not accepting the marriage alliance, angering Princess Rongla so much that she left without saying goodbye this morning. He was still hoping to cooperate with Western Zhou on the northern border after the new year, but now it looked like things were hanging in the balance. Thinking up to this point, Emperor Tianhui clenched his fists and pounded the stone table a few times. At this moment, the Empress Dowager walked over with a heavy expression. "Emperor, let's hold the funeral tomorrow so that I won't feel sad." Emperor Tianhui gave a long sigh and nodded. The Empress Dowager sat down with a cold smile. "Emperor, as I see it, this Qin Wangfei. She's really something." Emperor Tianhui raised his head. "Mohu, don't worry. Aken knows what to do." Chapter 170. Han Yunxi was in a good mood as she eagerly followed behind Long Fei towards the hibiscus courtyard. Long Fei was very quiet the entire way as the two of them reached a fork in the garden. To the right was a long corridor that led to the sleeping quarters, while to the left was a small path that led to the leisurely cloud pavilion. Han Yunxi couldn't help but feel that this big ice cube should have said something about the matter with Grand Concubine Yi. She suspected that Long Fei and Emperor Tianhui had quarreled fiercely over the marriage alliance, so Emperor Tianhui wouldn't let go of her imprisonment until Long Fei had no choice but to take out his command token. Otherwise, even if Emperor Tianhui wanted to kill her, he wouldn't give Long Fei no chance without any evidence, right? Han Yunxi slowed down as they approached the fork in the road, but Long Fei didn't say a word. He didn't stop his steps, but turned right. All right, she'd thought too much. Seeing Long Fei's figure fade into the darkness of the long corridor, Han Yunxi obediently returned to her leisurely cloud pavilion. Finally home. Under Zhao Mama's care and concern, Han Yunxi washed away her exhaustion and ate her fill. As soon as she went upstairs, she saw a locked window. Han Yunxi suddenly laughed foolishly. No one was looking, so what was she feeling awkward about? She coughed lightly a few times, smoothed out her bangs, and smoothed out her long hair. After various small movements, she finally walked over and nimbly unlocked the window. As soon as she did, the night rushed in. Not too far away, the brightly lit palace hall was conspicuous in the darkness, but also mysterious. Han Yunxi lazily sprawled on the windowsill, one hand propping up her head. As she stared and stared, she unconsciously fell into a trance. Long Fei, you used the command token to save me. In the end, why, At this moment, Long Fei was bathing in the hot spring pool in his bedroom. He leaned against the side of the pool, his ink-black hair casually draped over his shoulders. His slender and refined arms were spread out on the shore. His bronze-colored chest muscles were clearly defined, and his figure was so good that it made people want to vomit blood. People couldn't help but imagine the half of his body underwater. He raised his head. Even though his eyes were closed, he still exuded the domineering aura of a king. He seemed to be thinking about something. As for what he was thinking about, no one knew. The next day, Princess Chongping's funeral was held. As for the truth behind the princess's death, it wasn't made public. To the outside world, it was only announced that the princess had contracted a terrible disease and died of natural causes. After all, publicizing the truth would be too embarrassing for the royal family, and it wouldn't reflect well on them either. Han Yunxi and Long Fei attended the funeral together. During the funeral, Han Yunxi clearly felt the Empress Dowager's hostility. Although Han Yunxi wasn't the culprit, she wasn't surprised by the hostility. Even if the Empress Dowager had arranged for her to marry Long Fei, she had no heart of loyalty to the Empress Dowager. Even if nothing had happened, she and the Empress Dowager would have been irreconcilable sooner or later. Emperor Tianhui, on the other hand, didn't reveal much of his emotions aside from his heavy expression and silence. In the end, an emperor was still an emperor. For the next few days, Han Yunxi rested at home. Grand Concubine Yi didn't make trouble for her because of Princess Rongla. News of what happened at the family banquet on New Year's Eve didn't spread. Princess Rongla's wedding seemed to have passed just like that. But Han Yunxi soon discovered that she'd been overthinking things. On the 15th day of the Lantern Festival, bad news came from Tianning's northwest borders. Western Zhou's emperor had transferred away a third of the troops stationed at the three-way battlefield. Cloud Realm continent had three countries: Tianning Country, Western Zhou Country, and Northern Li Country. The three countries bordered each other. To the north of Tianning was Northern Li, while to the west was Western Zhou. To the northwest of Tianning, northeast of Western Zhou, and southwest of Northern Li was a battlefield known as the three-way battlefield. The three-way battlefield couldn't be considered large, but it wasn't small either. It was about the size of 3 cities and had no tall mountains, but flat lands and hills. This was the land that the three countries had fought over for generations. Even now, the ownership of this land was still in dispute. Because of this, none of the countries could control it. Thus, it became a no-man's land with no sovereign or laws. When there were no wars, all sorts of shady dealings took place there. Fists were the law, and the strong were the kings. All three countries had built cities and garrisoned troops at the borders of the three-way battlefield to strictly control all movements at the border. It was to guard against the possibility of war breaking out at any moment. Unfortunately, Tianning Country suffered a great disadvantage because of its terrain. Northern Li's border was the easiest to defend, the three-mountain pass. It was basically impossible to cross the three-way battlefield and attack Northern Li's border. Meanwhile, Western Zhou's border was also a mountainous area. Although it wasn't as good as Northern Li's, it wasn't easy to attack either. But Tianning Country's border was completely flat. Of all Tianning Country's borders, it was the most difficult to defend and the weakest. Although generations of Tianning Country's emperors had worked hard to build a flat Great Wall here, the Great Wall of the Southern Route, it was still no match for Northern Li's ferocious army in a real battle. Tianning and Western Zhou had formed an alliance through marriage because they'd borrowed Western Zhou's military strength to defend against Northern Li's invasion. But now Western Zhou's emperor had withdrawn a third of his troops from the three-way battlefield after Princess Rongla's return. What did this mean? This was a threat to eat fruit. Emperor Tianhui viciously tossed out the memorial, causing all of the officials in the imperial study to fall to their knees, including General Mu and Mu Qingwu. Abominable! Truly abominable! Emperor Tianhui's temper flared. His original plans had been well laid out, but as soon as the marriage alliance was settled, he immediately proposed a meeting with Western Zhou's emperor to discuss military cooperation on the three-way border. They'd exchange weapons for each other's needs while balancing the two countries' strategies and making long-term plans. But who knew that such bad news would arrive before the new year was over? War was the best way to test a country's overall strength. Over the past decade or so since Emperor Tianhui's ascension, the three countries had been relatively stable. Although there were a few battles, they weren't major ones. Thus, Tianning's treasury had been empty for the past few years, and its outdated military equipment hadn't been exposed. What Emperor Tianhui feared most was a major battle. More accurately, he feared that something would happen at the three-way battlefield. Northern Li had been eyeing Tianning Country covetously to begin with. They wanted to use the three-way battlefield to break a hole in Tianning's northern defenses. Once Northern Li's emperor heard the news, how could he miss such a golden opportunity? How could he not make a move? In the silence, Mu Qingwu cupped his hands in salute and said, "Your Majesty, Western Zhou has gone too far. This soldier is willing to rush to the three-way battlefield immediately and deploy troops and provisions to defend the borders to the death." Mu Qingwu had always had opinions about the three-way battlefield's defensive strategies. If Tianning relied too much on Western Zhou, it'd only end up in the hands of others. The most important thing was that its own troops were strong. Still, Mu Qingwu was too young to understand Emperor Tianhui's true concerns. Even an old general like Mu Qingwu might not be able to see through Emperor Tianhui's depths. Emperor Tianhui glanced at Mu Qingwu, impatience flickering in his eyes. A long time later, he dismissed everyone. Your Majesty, Western Zhou's actions are clearly… Mu Qingwu wanted to admonish him, but Emperor Tianhui cut him off angrily. Get out. Mu Qingwu still didn't give up, but General Mu only glared at him before dragging him away. Father, if His Majesty gives in this time, what will happen in the future? Moreover, the Duke of Qin might not agree. If news of this spreads, where will the Duke of Qin hide his face? Where will the dignity of my Tianing country go? Mu Qingwu was furious. He knew that Western Zhou's emperor's actions were aimed at the marriage alliance for the sake of Princess Rongla's personal gain. Did Western Zhou's emperor treat the long-term cooperation between the two countries as child's play? Or perhaps Western Zhou's emperor had other ideas about the cooperation between the two countries and was simply using this as a pretext to make a fuss? Mu Qingwu had no time to consider all that. That was for the strategists to consider. He only knew that if the emperor gave in this time, he'd be showing weakness to Western Zhou. Shh. Enough, enough. Great General Mu knitted his brows as he pulled Mu Qingwu away from the imperial study. Only then did he speak. Qingwu, you have to remember your duties as a subject. And also, don't mention the Duke of Qin in front of His Majesty in the future. Everyone knew that the emperor valued the Duke of Qin and was even more on guard against him. The general's estate held military power and couldn't afford to get too close to the Duke of Qin. Father, why are you even… Before Mu Qingwu could finish speaking, he suddenly stopped. He saw His Highness Duke of Qin walking towards the imperial study from the side. Mu Qingwu was about to follow when General Mu said, His Majesty has long made up his mind. It's useless to persuade him otherwise. Go back. So speaking, he dragged Mu Qingwu away. Long Feiyi glanced at the Mu father and son who were tugging at each other. He had a clear idea of what was going on and walked expressionlessly into the imperial study. Inside the study, the memorials from the border regions were still lying on the floor. Emperor Tianhui was staring at the map on the wall with his hands clasped behind his back, his fingers intertwined. Long Feiyi picked up the memorial and glanced at it before tossing it onto the table. Imperial brother summoned Qindi so urgently. What's the matter? Take a look at that memorial, Emperor Tianhui said coldly. I've seen it, Long Feiyi replied immediately. What do you think? Emperor Tianhui asked. Imperial brother should find General Mu and the Ministry of War to discuss important military matters. Qindi doesn't understand these things. Long Feiyi was still very calm. But Emperor Tianhui suddenly laughed. That's true. How could Zhen have forgotten? The Duke of Qin never participates in military matters. If there's nothing else, Qindi will take his leave first. Long Feiyi dared to say such things. But Emperor Tianhui only said, Eunuch Shui, announce the imperial edict. Announce the imperial edict? That was a familiar phrase. Half a year ago, Emperor Tianhui had also told Eunuch Shui to announce the imperial edict and choose a wedding date for him to marry Han Yunxi. Today, history was repeating itself. Eunuch Shui timidly walked out and read out the imperial edict. This time, Emperor Tianhui wanted Long Feiyi to marry Western Zhou's Princess Rongla. Not only did he want Long Feiyi to marry her, but he also wanted Long Feiyi to personally lead the marriage procession to Western Zhou to ask for her hand in marriage. Imperial orders couldn't be disobeyed, much less disobeyed. In the end, he was still a monarch and a subject. Disobeying an imperial edict was a heinous crime. By the time Eunuch Shui finished reading, Emperor Tianhui slowly turned around to look at the kneeling Long Fei. His lips rose into a mocking smile. Long Feiyi, since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame Zhen for being merciless. You didn't have a choice when you married Han Yunxi, so you won't have a choice this time either. Duke of Qin, still not accepting the edict? Emperor Tianhui asked with amusement. But Long Feiyi actually stood up and said cold, Imperial brother, Chendi can't do it. If marrying Han Yunshi was a form of compromise, then he'd only do it once in his life. Words for the readers. I'm so moved to see everyone's understanding. Thank you all, the Duke of Qin and Yunshi won't disappoint anyone. Chapter 171. Emperor Tianhui stared at Long Feiyi, who was standing stiffly in front of him. He was more shocked than angry. Can't do it? He dared to say he couldn't? Long Feiyi had already told him multiple times that he couldn't do it, but this time was different. This time, he was facing an imperial edict. Emperor Tianhui backed up a step and asked in disbelief, Long Feiyi, are you going to defy the edict? But Long Feiyi only said mildly, Chendi has already defied the edict. His tone was light, but it emanated a domineering air that made it impossible for anyone to ignore him. Even though he'd rejected Emperor Tianhui, he was still lofty and untouchable. Emperor Tianhui gave a start, as if he'd been intimidated by Long Feiyi's aura. No, he was the emperor. His authority wasn't to be challenged. Emperor Tianhui swept a table full of memorials to the ground as he narrowed his eyes at Long Feiyi. Killing intent rose from his body as he glared at him. After a moment, he ordered without hesitation, the Duke of Qin defied the edict. Take him to the Hall of Regrets and confine him there. Without Zhen's permission, no one is allowed to visit him. As soon as he finished speaking, guards entered the room to detain Long Feiyi. Emperor Tianhui looked at him cold, expecting him to regret his actions and beg for mercy. But Long Feiyi didn't resist. Instead, his lips rose into a cold, contemptuous smile as he was led away by the guards. It wasn't until the mountain-like figure vanished from the doorway that Emperor Tianhui fell back into his chair, as if waking up from a nightmare. He calmed himself down and glared angrily at the frightened eunuch Shui. He actually dared to defy the edict. Is he planning to rebel? Does he really think Zhen won't dare to deal with him? This time, Zhen's going to deal with him. Eunuch Shui, you go. You go. Stand guard personally for Zhen. No one is allowed to take half a step into the Hall of Regret. Tell him that if he doesn't marry Princess Rongla, he can forget about leaving for the rest of his life. Eunuch Shui was scared to death, his heart pounding in his chest. He'd served 2 generations of sovereigns, but this was the first time he'd seen someone openly defy an imperial decree in front of the emperor. His mind was a blank, so he didn't even hear what Emperor Tianhui had said. What are you waiting for? Emperor Tianhui roared angrily as he swept everything left on the table to the ground. He was so angry that his nostrils were about to fume. Only then did Eunuch Shui come back to his senses. Not daring to tarry, he scrambled out. That day, the news that the Duke of Qin had defied the imperial edict and was placed under house arrest at Regret Palace spread out, shocking the entire court. After all, the Duke of Qin's power was enough to overturn the court and the common people. Even Emperor Tianhui feared him and wouldn't touch him lightly. But once he did, it would mean that Emperor Tianhui was serious. The situation was very serious. Grand Concubine Yi was the first to receive the news. She'd lost her meal halfway through and rushed to the palace, but not only was she unable to enter Regret Palace to see Long Feiyi, she was refused entry to the imperial study as well. Although the details of the Duke of Qin's rebellion hadn't been made public, Princess Rongla's early return and the movements at the 3-way battlefield made it clear to everyone that it had something to do with the political marriage alliance. In a flash, there were all sorts of opinions and rumors, with the most popular being that Qin Wangfei had bewitched the Duke of Qin to stop the marriage alliance. Grand Concubine Yi waited outside the imperial study for an entire day until Emperor Tianhui came out in the evening. Your Majesty, the Duke of Qin was muddle-headed for a moment. Let me go in and coax him? Emperor Tianhui didn't even spare her a glance as he prepared to leave. Grand concubine Yi hastened to chase after him, but a eunuch stopped her from getting any closer. Your Majesty, you know Fei's personality as well. He's been stubborn since he was young. Just let me coax him, he'll definitely change his mind. Your Majesty, the situation at the borders is changing every day. If you, Grand Concubine Yi, Emperor Tianhui cut her off angrily, Grand Concubine Yi, is the Duke of Qin rebelling against the imperial edict? Grand Concubine Yi's expression changed at these words. She immediately shut her mouth and stood unmoving in place. Cold, Emperor Tianhui looked at her and asked, Grand Concubine Yi, tell me, is the Duke of Qin rebelling? No. The Duke of Qin would never dare. Your Majesty is a wise judge. Grand Concubine Yi immediately fell to her knees. She'd never kowtowed to anyone since the late Emperor's death, but she was very clear in her heart that seniority meant nothing in the face of imperial power. Imperial power was the heavens, the earth, and everything else. Seeing Grand Concubine Yi kneel, Emperor Tianhui gave a cold snort and left with a flourish of his sleeves. It wasn't until the dead of night that Grand Concubine Yi returned to the Duke of Qin's estate dejectedly. Quite a few people had already arrived, either members of the imperial family or high-ranking officials and officials. All of them were waiting for news from Grand Concubine Yi. Naturally, the various factions in the court had different reactions to such a thing. Some people hit a person when they were down, while others watched from the sidelines. Still others ran to rescue them. If this was any other situation, the nobles and officials would have rushed to rescue them if they were imprisoned. But the key point was that the one being imprisoned was the Duke of Qin. In Tianing country, Emperor Tianhui was the one who ranked above the Duke of Qin. Who could help him? Seeing Grand Concubine Yi's expression, the people who wanted to ask questions all quieted down, their brows knitted. They'd come not only to ask about the situation in the palace, but to verify whether the rumors were true. The Duke of Qin only favored Han Yunshi and believed Han Yunshi's slanderous words. That was why he defied the imperial edict and refused the marriage alliance. No one could imagine such a thing. But many of them had heard about the writ of special privileges and were puzzled. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, Esteemed imperial concubine, doesn't the Duke of Qin have the writ of special privileges in his hands? If we still can't find a way in a few days, why don't we ask for the late Emperor's writ of special privileges? Hearing this, Grand Concubine Yi's gloomy face turned even gloomier. The New Year's Eve banquet, Chongping's incident, and the writ of special privileges had spread through the grapevine, but never made it public. Now she wouldn't express her stance in front of the crowd. She hung her head and didn't answer for a long time. In the end, she waved a hand to dismiss the crowd. The crowd was helpless and didn't dare to ask any more questions. They all took their leave. Emperor Tianhui's words still lingered in Grand Concubine Yi's ears, making her tremble with fear and unwillingness. Back then, the late emperor had been seriously ill while the Duke of Qin was still young. But if not for the fact that she had no one to back her up and that her family's power couldn't compare to the Empress Dowager's, the throne might not have been Emperor Tianhui's. Revolt? As she thought, Grand Concubine Yi broke into a cold laugh. At this moment, Han Yunshi saw that everyone had left before entering the rooms. She called out, Mu Fei. She had been scared to death as soon as she heard the news. She never expected the Duke of Qin to defy the imperial decree. Her heart burned with impatience as she prepared to enter the palace, but Zhao Mama held her back. Who would she find in the palace? Who would she beg? Would she be able to find anyone? Would she be able to move them? Would the Duke of Qin allow her to do that? She'd only be seeking her own humiliation. Grand Concubine Yi finally recovered from her thoughts. She raised her head to look at Han Yunshi before breaking into a cold laugh. Han Yunshi, do you know what imperial decree the Duke of Qin defied? Han Yunshi could guess that it was the marriage alliance. Otherwise, what else could make the Long Fei Yi and Emperor Tianhui clash like this? It's the marriage alliance. Are you happy now? Grand concubine Yi said as she rose to her feet and walked towards Han Yunshi step by step. Cold, she asked, are you satisfied now? Han Yunshi backed up 2 steps. Although she'd guessed it was the marriage alliance, hearing Grand concubine Yi speak with such certainty still made her heart race. Are you satisfied? Grand concubine Yi roared. Han Yunshi didn't expect this and blurted out, I'm not. You're still not satisfied? Grand concubine Yi knitted her brows with a cold smile as she shook her head. That's not what I meant. What does it have to do with me who he marries or not? He's never asked me a single question. Han Yunshi fumed as she explained loudly. Long Fei had never mentioned Duanmu Yao's affairs to her at all, but Grand concubine Yi didn't believe it. She suddenly forced Han Yunshi to stand in front of her and ask word by word, Han Yunshi, just what kind of method did you use to bewitch Fei? Bewitch? The word shocked Han Yunshi so much that she lost her footing and fell heavily into a chair behind her. There was nowhere to run. Mu Fei, what are you saying? I didn't. Long Fei wasn't someone who could be bewitched so easily. Moreover, if she could bewitch him, she wouldn't have had to suffer so much after marrying into the family. She wouldn't have had to deal with so many troubles. You didn't? If you didn't, why did Fei refuse the marriage alliance? He was forced to marry you back then. Now he's marrying Princess Rongla. What's the difference? Grand concubine Yi asked immediately. What's the difference? If there was a difference, marrying Princess Rongla would be a match made in heaven. Marrying her would be the laughing stock of the entire city. Han Yunshi had nothing to say. Long Fei Yi had been forced to marry her back then. He didn't even want to show his face on the wedding day, but he still agreed in the end. Why was he so unyielding this time? What was the difference between being forced to marry one and being forced to marry 2? Couldn't he just put up with it? You didn't? If you didn't, why would he use the writ of special privileges on you? What does your life or death have to do with him? Don't you know the writ of special privileges is his second life? Grand concubine Yi demanded angrily. This time, Han Yunshi was even more speechless. If the writ of special privileges hadn't been used on her, Long Fei Yi wouldn't have been put under house arrest this time. Even if he defied an edict, Emperor Tianhui wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. Han Yunshi, it's all because of you. Because of you. Grand concubine Yi pressed her hands against Han Yunshi's shoulders, her grip tight. Her resentful gaze seemed to want to tear Han Yunshi to pieces. Faced with violence, Han Yunshi lost her courage for the first time. She allowed Grand concubine Yi to grab her without a word, nor did she push her away. She was stunned and confused. Her mind was empty. Grand concubine Yi was so angry that she felt unwell all over. In the end, she tossed out a few words and left with a flourish of her sleeves. She said, Han Yunshi, you jinx. If anything happens to Fei, I definitely won't let you off. Han Yunshi sat in her room for a long time until Zhao Mama came to find her. Only then did she recover her wit. Zhao Mama, His Highness couldn't have really met with an accident, right? She muttered. Zhao Mama sighed. Defying an edict, that's a capital offense. All these years, His Majesty's been itching to catch His Highness's tail. His Highness has always been cautious, so why did he? Hearing this, Han Yunshi's heart sank to the bottom. She hadn't bewitched Long Fei Yi, but she'd used the writ of special privileges. In other words, she'd harmed Long Fei Yi in the end. Very quickly, 10 days passed. No one could persuade Emperor Tianhui, and there was no news from the Hall of Regrets. All they could do was wait. Grand concubine Yi didn't enter the palace, either. As soon as she saw Han Yunshi, she didn't say a word, but her gaze was so venomous it could kill. Han Yunshi was filled with guilt. She didn't go anywhere, but sat outside Long Fei Ye's quarters for an entire day. Today, Zhao Mama ran over in a fluster. Esteemed Wang Fei, Han Yunshi rejoiced and immediately went to greet her. Zhao Mama, is there any news? Chapter 172. Seeing Zhao Mama's flustered appearance, Han Yunshi assumed there was news from the palace, but Zhao Mama only panted for breath as she shook her head. Han Yunshi grew anxious. Zhao Mama, say something. Zhao Mama was out of breath. Esteemed Wang Fei, Grand Concubine Yi, she wants to write a letter to ask Princess Rongla for help. What? Han Yunshi exclaimed, unable to believe her ears. It's true. The mama from the peony courtyard said, Esteemed Wang Fei, you can't do this, it's too shameful. Zhao Mama was both angry and anxious. Han Yunshi was even more furious. Without a word, she headed for the peony courtyard. Even the servants knew this would be shameful. Was Grand Concubine Yi crazy or stupid to come up with such a plan? As a man, even an ordinary commoner, being forced to marry a wife was an extremely humiliating thing, to say nothing of the lofty Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi had already defied the imperial edict. If Grand Concubine Yi told Princess Rongla about this, wouldn't she be asking for humiliation? If Princess Rongla made the news public, then she wouldn't just lose Long Fei Yi's face, but Tianing countries as well. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Princess Rongla agreed to stop forcing the marriage, would Long Fei accept her kindness? Would Emperor Tianhui let him go so easily? In the end, the one to be humiliated would be Long Fei Yi. Han Yunshi stormed into the peony courtyard while Grand Concubine Yi was writing a letter in her study. Han Yunshi couldn't care less. As soon as she entered the room, she raged, Mu Fei, don't harm His Highness. Grand Concubine Yi's hand trembled as she drew a long line across the letter, ruining it. Mu Fei, His Highness would never agree to this. It's fine if he was forced to marry, but he's even asking the other party not to marry? What kind of thing is this? Han Yunshi huffed. But Grand Concubine Yi set down her brush and raged, Han Yunshi, what did you just say? Just who harmed Fei? You actually came here to criticize this consort? Just who was it that harmed Fei? As Grand Concubine Yi spoke, she walked out and drew closer to Han Yunshi. Speak. Just who was it that harmed Fei? Han Yunshi finally calmed down. She lowered her eyes and fell silent. Grand Concubine Yi shoved her aside, causing her to stagger back a few steps and almost fall. Han Yunshi, it's all because of you. You shameless woman. If you hadn't shamelessly barged in, none of these things would have happened today. Han Yunshi, do you know that His Majesty will lock him up for the rest of his life? His Majesty is worried that he won't have this opportunity. As soon as Grand Concubine Yi finished speaking, she backed away a few steps until she bumped into the table behind her. She supported herself with one hand while the other furrowed her brows in pain. She wasn't an idiot. Of course she knew that writing a letter to Princess Rongla was the stupidest thing to do, but she had no other way out. She couldn't even see the Duke of Qin right now, so she had no idea what was going on. If Emperor Tianhui really hardened his heart to imprison the Duke of Qin for the rest of his life, then he'd make his next move. The Duke of Qin's power would slowly crumble, while the Duke of Qin's estate would gradually lose its status in the imperial clan. She couldn't bear any of this. The previous emperor had already passed away. Besides herself and the Empress Dowager, all of the other concubines were either buried with him or guarding the tomb. Her only support was this son of hers. Seeing the graceful, luxurious, and exquisite Grand Concubine Yi in such a state of despair, Han Yunshi felt an indescribable pain in her heart. Both mother and daughter-in-law fell silent. After a long time, Grand Concubine Yi looked over again and asked calmly, Han Yunshi, if you don't beg Princess Rongla, do you have any other ideas? This Han Yunshi dearly wanted to reply, but no words came out when she opened her mouth. Did she have any ideas? In both her past and present life, she disdained any sort of birth or family background. She despised using connections to get things done. But right now, she dearly wished she had a noble birth and a strong maternal family to back her up. She'd have a way to get things done. Unfortunately, she didn't. She didn't have anything. Her maternal family still depended on her to prop up the skies. Grand concubine Yi didn't scold Han Yunshi any further, but turned to tear up the letter with a soft smile before leaving. Han Yunshi walked out in a daze and wandered aimlessly around the courtyard. But at this moment, Steward Xia ran over in a fluster. Esteemed Wang Fei, esteemed Wang Fei. Han Yunshi didn't react at all. Grand concubine Yi had already said all that. What other good news could there be besides Long Fei Ye's own compromise? With that guy's temper, how could he compromise? Steward Xia hastily ran in front of Han Yunshi. Esteemed Wang Fei, something's happened. Something big. Your servant can't find esteemed imperial concubine, so I can only find you. What's happened? Han Yunshi's spirits rose. But Steward Xia only said, the imperial uncle's second madam went to visit her maternal family during the Lantern Festival and came back infected with the plague. The imperial uncle's family didn't dare to report that they'd quarantined her, but yesterday the third young master fell ill as well. I heard he was infected. Han Yunshi was thoroughly refreshed. After all, the scariest things in ancient times weren't wars, famines, or floods. The scariest things were plagues. Actually, even in modern times, people paled at the mere mention of epidemic. There's an epidemic outside the city? Why haven't I heard of such a big thing? Han Yunshi asked. Esteemed Wang Fei, the imperial uncle's second madam's maternal family lives in Jun City, far from the capital. I heard that there was an epidemic in a small village there before the new year, but it was discovered early enough that it didn't spread. The imperial court has long secretly. Steward Xia didn't continue speaking and only made a kill gesture. Han Yunshi immediately understood. In modern times, people who contracted infectious diseases would be quarantined and even receive free medical care. In ancient times, they would also be quarantined, but it was basically impossible to save them. They would only be burned alive. Moreover, anyone who came into contact with the disease wouldn't be spared, even if they weren't infected. This was the sad part of medicine that was backward, but it was also helpless. Presumably, that village had already been burned to ashes. If the second madam was infected, then it meant that the virus hadn't been completely eradicated and had spread. Steward Xia, how do you know about this? Han Yunshi asked seriously. Esteemed Wang Fei, the third young master is the imperial uncle's only son. He's the empress's nephew. He's already sick, so how can paper cover the fire? Last night the imperial physicians all went over. As Steward Xia spoke, he took out several packets of medicinal herbs and said in a low voice, Imperial physician Li had someone secretly send these over to boil into a medicinal decoction. Everyone in the estate must take it. Imperial physician Li also repeatedly ordered that the rooms be cleaned and ventilated. If there's nothing important, it's best not to go out. The imperial uncle's estate is also off limits. Almost every estate had a dedicated imperial physician. Since imperial physician Li had come to inform them, the other imperial physicians must have done the same. In the end, the matter of the plague couldn't be hidden. The plague virus had an incubation period. Everyone's resistance was different, so the time it took for the disease to break out was also different. However, it usually wouldn't last more than 10 days. Since the plague had spread through the imperial uncle's estate, the third young master probably wasn't the only one who was infected. Moreover, the places the second madam and third young master had been to and the people they met were all likely to be infected. One person would spread to 10, 10 would spread to 100. Only the heavens knew how many more people would fall ill in the next few days. If the plague couldn't be contained, the entire imperial capital would be in danger. The imperial physicians must be frantically busy right now. Do you know what kind of disease it is? Han Yunshi asked seriously. Steward Xia was flustered. Imperial physician Li didn't say, but esteemed Wang Fei, since it's a plague, then it's definitely. We should quickly report this to esteemed imperial concubine so that our estate can prepare for it. Han Yunxi examined the medicinal ingredients Imperial physician Li had sent over, but couldn't figure out anything. After all, she wasn't very familiar with such matters. Mu Fei's in the rear courtyard. You should go. Han Yunxi didn't think too much of it. She was still immersed in the matter of Long Fei Yi. To her, that was the most important matter. After some hesitation, she told Steward Xia to secretly send a message to the Han estate before heading deeper into the flower gardens. But things went beyond Han Yunxi's expectations. A few days later, news of the Duke Pingbei's estate, Marquis Pingbei's estate, the Prime Minister's estate, and a few other prominent aristocratic families, even the palace itself, began to spread. There was no way to keep the news under wrap. Even the commoners were showing signs of the plague. By now, the plague had spread throughout the capital city beyond the Imperial Physician Courtyard's control. Even Gu Beiwei had no idea what kind of disease it was. All of Tianning's capital city seemed to be shrouded in a gray haze. Everyone was on tenterhooks, and very few people dared to leave their homes. Because of the plague, the news of the Duke of Qin's house arrest naturally died down. Emperor Tianhui kept a close eye on the three-way battlefield while fretting over the plague in the capital city. Although Long Fei Yi still hadn't relented, Emperor Tianhui had no time to worry about him for now. Currently, Emperor Tianhui was deep in thought in his imperial study when Eunuch Shui spoke up before he even arrived. Your Majesty, it's bad. Bad news. Emperor Tianhui glared at the door, only to see Eunuch Shui scrambling inside. Before he could lose his temper, Eunuch Shui reported, Your Majesty, a court lady in the Empress Dowager's palace fell ill and died. What? Emperor Tianhui was so shocked that he almost jumped to his feet. Then he raged, Immediately call Gu Beiwei over. Your Majesty, Imperial Physician Gu is in the Empress Dowager's palace right now, Eunuch Shui reported. Emperor Tianhui prepared to go over immediately, but Eunuch Shui stopped him. Your Majesty, you mustn't. Imperial Physician Gu is personally burning medicine for the Peace and Wellness Palace to expel the evil spirit. That place isn't clean anymore. If a sick person appeared in a place, it meant that the place was dangerous. But Emperor Tianhui had to pay a visit to his imperial mother's safety. He hurried to the Peace and Wellness Palace while asking, everything was fine, so how did she get sick? After all of the sick people in the palace had dealings with the imperial uncle's estate in the past. They'd long been quarantined. After some hesitation, Eunuch Shui said, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager secretly went to the imperial uncle's estate a few days ago and brought a court lady with her. That's the one who got sick. The imperial uncle's estate was the Empress Dowager's maternal family as well as the Empress Dowager's. The Empress was the Empress Dowager's niece, so the third young master of the imperial uncle's estate had to call her aunt and esteemed Empress Dowager grandaunt. Although she knew the imperial uncle's estate was the last place she should go, the Empress Dowager couldn't bear to see her only son on the verge of death. Hearing this, Emperor Tianhui's temper rose to the skies. He lashed out at Eunuch Shui. Nonsense. This is utter nonsense. By the time Emperor Tianhui arrived at the Peace and Wellness Palace, Gu Beiwei seemed to be discussing something with the Empress Dowager. As soon as the Emperor entered, Gu Beiwei stopped talking, while the Empress Dowager knitted her brows with a troubled expression. Chapter 173. Emperor Tianhui's stomach was full of anger, but he couldn't vent it on the Empress Dowager. Instead, he vented it all on Gu Beiwei. Gu Beiwei, it's already been days. The Imperial Physician Courtyard still doesn't know what this disease is. What else can Zhen count on you to do? Do you not want to be the head Imperial Physician anymore? At most, Zhen will give you 3 more days. If you can't control the epidemic by then, don't blame Zhen for being merciless. There was no way to treat most epidemics, but they could at least control the scope of the outbreak. Still, they didn't even know what kind of disease it was, which meant there was no way to prevent or control it. Under these circumstances, They could only resort to inhumane methods to prevent the epidemic from spreading to even more people. That was to isolate and burn all the infected. Of course, the authorities could do the same for the commoners, but it wasn't easy to treat the nobles of the capital equally. For example, the third young master of the imperial uncle's estate was on his last breath. Even now, a few imperial physicians were still trying to save his life. Everyone was equal in the face of human life. Was there any difference between nobles and generals? Unfortunately, this was the cruel reality. Gu Beiwei had been frowning all this time. Doctors were benevolent, but they often had to make cruel choices. Gu Beiwei had long tried to persuade him that there was no way to treat the disease. The only way was to control it. If they wanted to control it, they had to control everything. Not just the commoners, but the imperial family and nobles as well. They had to burn them all. But Emperor Tianhui refused without a second thought. Which member of the imperial family would be willing to accept such an arrangement? How many of them would rebel with a single order? Leaving aside the others, even the Empress Dowager herself wouldn't agree to the imperial uncle's third young master. But this time, Gu Beiwei didn't try to persuade him. He glanced at the Empress Dowager before saying, "Your Majesty, perhaps this official and the imperial physician courtyard really aren't up to the task. This official may be so bold as to recommend someone to you. Could it be that someone can cure it? Who is it?" Emperor Tianhui grew alarmed. Gu Beiwei didn't hesitate to get straight to the point. The Duke of Qin's estate, esteemed Wang Fei. Emperor Tianhui gave a start at these words, before he laughed disdainfully. Han Yunxi? What did she know? She is a poison doctor. When did she become a divine doctor? Unexpectedly, Gu Beiwei had a serious expression on his face. Your Majesty, this humble subject discovered that something was wrong after examining the corpses. The corpses that died from the disease had been left here for a long time, so there were signs of livor mortis. If this humble subject's guess is correct, this plague is not an ordinary plague, but a poisonous plague. After the death of the palace made in the Empress Dowager's palace, no one dared to deal with it. Due to the shortage of manpower in the Imperial Institute of Medicine, it took more than 2 hours for Gu Beiwei to arrive in person. It was also because of this that Gu Beiwei noticed the poisonous livor mortis on the corpse. Otherwise, as long as the patient died of illness, they would have been cremated immediately. Gu Beiwei had just told the Empress Dowager about this matter. Emperor Tianhui fell silent after hearing Gu Beiwei's explanation. Of course, Gu Beiwei knew that Emperor Tianhui dreaded Han Yunxi, but he feigned ignorance and said, "Based on this humble subject's experience, there's an 80 to 90% chance that this is a poisonous plague. Esteemed Wang Fei's poison skills are superb, so she must have a way to deal with it. That palace maid's corpse is still in the Imperial Institute of Medicine. Should we invite esteemed Wang Fei over to take a look?" Emperor Tianhui remained silent. At this moment, the Empress Dowager spoke up. "Emperor, there are so many people waiting to be saved. This is an important matter that can't be delayed. Hurry and call Qin Wang Fei over." After Princess Chongping's death, the Empress had gone mad, and the Empress Dowager hated Han Yunxi to the core. But just then, Gu Beiwei had said that the third young master of the imperial uncle's estate could only hold out for a day at most. For the sake of the imperial uncle's sole heir, the Empress Dowager had no time to bicker with Han Yunxi. As long as there was a chance, she'd grab it. Emperor Tianhui had just shown his strength to the Duke of Qin's estate, but now he had to ask for help. Naturally, he'd lose face and be unhappy about it. But the Empress Dowager was right. This wasn't a small matter. Of course, Emperor Tianhui was smart enough to reply cold. "Gu Beiwei, this is a matter for your Imperial Institute of Medicine. Zhen doesn't care who you ask for help, but Zhen wants to control the epidemic immediately. If he had Gu Beiwei ask for help in the name of the Imperial Institute of Medicine, Han Yunxi wouldn't be able to show off much." Gu Beiwei rejoiced. "This official understands. This official will do it right away. Han Yunshi had been depressed for days over the matter of Long Fei Yi. Because of the rampant epidemic, she hadn't left the house at all, but sat outside the gates of Long Fei Yi to think things over. She knew that the epidemic still hadn't been contained, but she never expected it to be a poison epidemic. Frankly speaking, a plague was a highly contagious virus, but a poison epidemic was a contagious disease caused by poisons. Viruses and poisons were different. Viruses caused illnesses, while poisons caused poisons. More accurately speaking, the infected didn't die from illness, but from poison. Naturally occurring poisons that could cause contagious poisons were very rare, while man-made ones weren't easy to make. In other words, the chances of a poison epidemic breaking out were very low. Han Yunshi felt that something was fishy about the situation, but since Gu Beiwei had already sent people to ask for help, she didn't think too much of it. She immediately packed up and prepared to leave the house. But before she left, Steward Xia bumped into her. "Esteemed Wang Fei, where are you going?" "I'll be right back," Han Yunshi said mildly. She hadn't told anyone that she was going to the Imperial Institute of Medicine. "Esteemed Wang Fei, you can't go out. It's a mess outside right now. What if..." Before Steward Xia could finish, Grand Concubine Yi slowly walked over with a cold voice. "Steward Xia, if she wants to die, just let her go. It's best if she doesn't come back." So speaking, Grand Concubine Yi didn't spare Han Yunshi a glance before walking past. Grand Concubine Yi was depressed over the Duke of Qin's affairs and had been like a walking corpse these days. Even Steward Xia felt hurt by her words, to say nothing of Han Yunshi. She didn't say a word, but watched Grand Concubine Yi's figure disappear into the gardens before turning back to smile at Steward Xia. "Steward Xia, help me keep the door open tonight. I'll definitely come back." She hadn't smiled in the past few days. But now she was. Not only was she smiling, but her clear eyes were shining with a moving light as if she'd been reborn. "Han Yunshi, what's wrong with her?" Steward Xia gaped at the sight, while Han Yunshi didn't say anything else. She simply turned and walked out. As soon as Gu Beiwei heard that Han Yunshi had arrived at the Imperial Institute of Medicine, he immediately went out to greet her. "Esteemed Wang Fei, this official knew you'd come." "You're so sure," Han Yunshi smiled. She immediately explained the general situation of the plague to Gu Beiwei. Then the two of them made a few simple precautions before entering the morgue. Han Yunshi admired the doctors of ancient times. They didn't have the advanced precautions of modern times, so even if they knew it was a contagious disease, they were still the first to come into contact with the patients and corpses. As soon as she approached the corpses, the detox system sounded an alarm. Han Yunshi stopped in her tracks, her eyes focused on the corpses. Gu Beiwei had seen Han Yunshi check for poisons and treat poisons multiple times, so he was used to her special examination methods. He waited silently on one side. But Han Yunshi came to a conclusion so quickly. Her voice was clear and crisp. "It's poison plague." "Poison plague?" Gu Beiwei was alarmed. Of course he knew that the plague was the scariest type of plague, but the symptoms of the infected were completely different from the plague. So what was this poison plague? Was it even more terrifying? Yes, it's the poison plague. Plague and poison plague spread in the same way in the beginning, through the fleas on rat. Han Yunshi's expression was serious and professional. She rejoiced in her heart that this was a poison plague, not an actual plague. Plague started from the spread of fleas, and after the virus spread, there were many ways to spread it. Even a sneeze could spread it to others. Under the medical conditions of ancient times, this kind of thing was very terrifying. It was basically unstoppable and extremely difficult to control. In the field of history, there were even people who believed that plague caused unrest and led to the destruction of countries. Just like the end of the Ming dynasty and the end of the Yuan dynasty, there were large-scale plague outbreaks. However, if it was poison plague, there could only be one way to spread it, and that was through fleas. The poisonous fleas sucked blood and caused poisoning. In other words, as long as the fleas were controlled and the poisonous fleas were killed, the plague could be controlled. Flea infection? Although Gu Beiwe didn't quite understand, he wasn't stupid. He quickly asked, if that's the case, as long as the fleas are killed and the vector of infection is blocked, the infection can be controlled? In other words, if there are no fleas, it won't be contagious between people. Smart. Han Yunxi smiled. These commoners can be saved. Gu Beiwe was overjoyed. He quickly walked out of the morgue and immediately gave the order, someone come, pass down the order to cancel all the burning plans. Gather all the imperial physicians and officials from the epidemic department for a meeting. Seeing Gu Beiwe's happy and anxious appearance, Han Yunxi's heart felt warm. Esteemed Princess Consort, you must be able to detoxify the poison of the plague. Not to mention the outskirts, there are over 100 people in the capital waiting to be saved. Gu Beiwe seriously said. Han Yunxi was about to reply, but Gu Beiwe suddenly said, Esteemed Princess Consort, the most urgent situation is the Imperial Uncle's third young master. Even the Empress Dowager went to see him the day before yesterday. This one estimates that he won't live past tomorrow. When these words were said, Han Yunxi's heart was filled with suspicion. Why did she feel like Gu Beiwe was trying to emphasize something to her? Imperial Physician Gu, you aren't trying to remind me of something, are you? Han Yunxi asked tentatively. A sly look flashed in Gu Beiwe's eyes, but he still looked confused as he asked, Esteemed Princess Consort, what do you mean? Seeing this, Han Yunxi decided that she was overthinking things. Nothing. Han Yunxi smiled. Of course the poison of the plague can be cured, but as for the prescription, I need to discuss it with His Highness Duke of Qin before I can confirm it. That's right, exterminating the fleas isn't a cure. Only by distributing the antidote can we prevent the plague from spreading. One could say that Han Yunxi was taking advantage of the situation or was selfish, but when Gu Beiwe sent people to the residence to find her, she immediately saw hope of saving Long Fei Yi. This plague had occurred in the capital. If it wasn't contained, it would definitely cause unrest and even affect the country's politics. Moreover, the Emperor and Empress Dowager were probably anxious to save many infected people. Not to mention others. Just the third young master of the Imperial Uncle's estate was the Empress Dowager's precious treasure. The smile in Gu Beiwe's eyes deepened. Unfortunately, Han Yunxi didn't notice. Esteemed Princess Consort, could it be that His Highness only just found out the prescription for the poison of the plague? Gu Beiwe asked. It's a secret. Han Yunxi was delighted. Imperial Physician Gu, bring my words to His Majesty. He'll understand. Long Fei Yi, you used the late Emperor's decree to save me. Then, today I, Han Yunxi, will threaten the current Emperor for your sake. Han Yunxi finished speaking and sat down on the side. She was going to wait here. Chapter 174. Slap. A loud crash rang through the empty imperial study. This wasn't the first time Emperor Tianhui had smashed a booklet today, but it was the loudest he'd done so far. Gu Beiwe stood on one side with his head bowed. He'd already delivered Han Yunxi's words to the Emperor. The Empress Dowager sat on one side, unable to restrain her anger. What a Han Yunxi! What does she mean by this? Gu Beiwe, doesn't your Imperial Physician Courtyard have any poison doctors who know how to treat poisons? Emperor Tianhui demanded. Naturally, the Imperial Physician Courtyard had its own poison doctors, but he guessed they'd never even heard of poison plague. Your Majesty, if they knew how to treat poisons, they would have recognized it long ago, Gu Beiwe replied honestly. Emperor Tianhui's breathing grew ragged. He stood up with his hands behind his back and paced back and forth impatiently. Han Yunxi's words sounded nice when she said the antidote needed to be discussed with the Duke of Qin. But in truth, she was threatening him. How could he allow a little girl to threaten him? Moreover, he'd finally found a flaw in the Duke of Qin's body to trap him. How could he give up so easily? No. He couldn't do it. Someone come, put up a notice to recruit poison doctors. If anyone can treat poisons, the position of head of the Imperial Physician Courtyard will be his. Emperor Tianhui was mad with rage. Gu Beiyue, the current head of the Imperial Physician Courtyard, had a calm expression on his face. He didn't speak. But soon enough, Eunuch Shui entered the room. Your Majesty, esteemed Empress Dowager, the Imperial Uncle's estate sent news that third young master has fainted. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager sprang to her feet. What? He just spat out a mouthful of black blood and fainted. All of the Imperial physicians are at a loss. They said, they're preparing for his funeral. Eunuch Shui braced himself to continue. The Empress Dowager only felt her vision darken. She gripped the armrests of her chair to steady herself, while Emperor Tianhui had long stopped pacing to look over. Abruptly, the Empress Dowager cried, Your Majesty, we can't wait. We can't. Whatever Han Yunxi wants to do, just let her do. Hurry and let her take a look. The Bai clan's only a single heir. Emperor Tianhui's eyebrows furrowed as he hesitated. Emperor, are you going to watch the Bai family have no descendants? The Empress Dowager said angrily. Emperor Tianhui was very reluctant, but there was nothing he could do when faced with the plague and death. Coldly, he said, Gu Beiyue, go tell Han Yunxi that Zhen will let her see the Duke of Qin if she saves third young master's life. When she heard the good news, Han Yunxi leapt out of her seat in high spirits. Heaven never bars one's way. This time, she was going to show Grand Concubine Yi that she didn't have Princess Rongla's noble birth or powerful backing. She could still contend against Emperor Tianhui with her own hands and skills and rescue Long Fei Yi. Han Yunxi was so happy that she grabbed Gu Beiyue's arm. Hurry up, let's go to the Imperial Uncle's estate. Gu Beiyue stared at her slender, delicate hand as a trace of reluctance flitted past his eyes. Still, he gave a light smile and pried her hand free. Esteemed Wang Fei, this way. The carriage's already been prepared. Gu Beiyue's movements were so natural that Han Yunxi's heart was open and magnanimous. Although he'd broken free, she didn't think there was anything wrong with holding hands. The two of them didn't feel awkward at all as they strode towards a side door. Gu Beiyue mused that it was precisely because she had no distracting thoughts and was magnanimous that she dared to be so unrestrained. Han Yunxi had the formula for the poison plague's antidote, but she didn't have the medicine. Still, her acupuncture skills were enough to save third young master's life for a few days. Moreover, even if she had the antidote, she wouldn't use it until she saw the Long Fei Yi at this critical juncture. The news had already reached the Imperial Uncle's estate before they'd even reached it. As a result, someone immediately came to greet them the moment they arrived at the entrance and hurriedly led them to third young master's room. Imperial Physician Gu, stay behind. Don't let anyone else in. Han Yunxi still stuck to her old rules. Her words angered the old Imperial Uncle. Han Yunxi, what are you planning to do to third young master? What's so shameful about it? Will you be able to bear the consequences if anything happens to him? Old Imperial Uncle, I can clearly explain to you what I'm planning to do. However, I'm afraid that once you understand, you'll really need to prepare for your grandson's funeral, Han Yunxi said coldly. You. The old Imperial Uncle was so angry that he was at a loss for words. Han Yunxi simply crossed her arms and leaned against a nearby pillar, looking like she didn't care. Seeing this, the old Imperial Uncle panicked. Fine. You can do whatever you want. Hurry and save him. Only then did Han Yunxi straighten her back and enter the room. Before she closed the door, she said seriously, Old Imperial Uncle, it's a crime to call this Wang Fei by my name. I'll let it go just now, but don't do it again. So speaking, she slammed the door shut, leaving the old Imperial Uncle standing there gaping. Gu Beiyue didn't know what to say about this woman. She really didn't take any losses. She looked so delicate, but she dared to take responsibility for her actions. Forget about the capital, you probably wouldn't find another woman like her in all of Tianing country. Gu Beiwei rejoiced in his luck. If not for Mu Qingwu's poisoning, he probably wouldn't have been able to get in here. Actually, Han Yunxi didn't need Gu Beiwei to help her. She could handle everything herself, but she seemed to have gotten used to Gu Beiwei watching from the sidelines. With a strict attitude, Han Yunxi once again confirmed that it was poison plague before she began to use her needles to expel the poison. The best way to detoxify poison was to find an antidote. Without it, one could only rely on expelling the poison to alleviate the symptoms and delay the onset of the poison to preserve one's life. It had to be said that if Emperor Tianhui had hesitated just a little longer, or if Gu Beiwei hadn't discovered the poison plague in time, this third young master would have died without a doubt. Han Yunxi did her best to expel as much poison as possible. After an hour, she withdrew her needles. Done. Gu Beiwei promptly handed over a clean handkerchief. Han Yunxi smiled and accepted it. Thanks. As soon as she opened the door, the imperial uncle's entire family surrounded her, all of them talking at once. Although the old imperial uncle didn't speak, he was still nervous. His life is safe for now. He should be able to hold out for 5 or 6 days. If we want to save him, we'll need an antidote, Han Yunxi said seriously. Then where's the antidote? The old imperial uncle couldn't help but ask. But Han Yunxi only replied, then we'll have to wait for His Majesty's news. What did she mean by that? Everyone was puzzled. The imperial uncle was even more surprised and confused. Han Yunxi didn't have time to dawdle here. While everyone was still in a daze, she pushed Gu Beiwei aside and left in a hurry. She couldn't wait to see Long Feiyi. As soon as she entered the palace, Han Yunxi headed straight for the Hall of Regrets. Emperor Tianhui hadn't gone back on his word, but there was nothing he could do about Han Yunxi. The Hall of Regrets was a place where imperial princes shut themselves in to reflect on their mistake. It wasn't large and had 4 high walls without any windows. There was only a single door, so one could imagine how boring the days inside would be. Eunuch Shui opened the door. Esteemed Wang Fei, please. Han Yunxi had rushed all the way to the palace, but she grew timid as soon as she reached the door. Her heart was racing. How would Long Feiyi react when he saw her? Esteemed Wang Fei, please, Eunuch Shui repeated. Han Yunxi finally stepped inside and shut the door behind her. The interior of the palace was empty except for a small room. The door was shut tight, and the surroundings were silent. Han Yunxi walked to the door and lightly knocked. Your Highness. But no one answered her. Your Highness, are you inside? Your Highness? Han Yunxi called out a few more times, but there was still no reply. There was no one in sight in the courtyard, so Long Feiyi could only be inside. Why wasn't he answering her? Had something happened to him? Could it be that Emperor Tianhui had tortured him? Or was he sick and infected with the plague? Thinking up to here, Han Yunxi grew frightened and panicked. Long Feiyi! She shouted as she shoved the door open, only to find no one inside. Where was he? At the same time, Long Feiyi was sitting on the roof, his naturally cold lips drawn up into a faint curve. Still, he didn't speak. Long Feiyi! Long Feiyi, where are you? Are you here? Han Yunxi walked out of the room, her heart burning with anxiety as she shouted. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was off. She almost lost all confidence in herself. Had Emperor Tianhui tricked her? Long Feiyi couldn't have long, after all. Emperor Tianhui had the right to sentence him to death for the crime of defying an imperial decree. Thinking up to here, Han Yunxi hastened towards the door. But it was at this moment that Long Feiyi finally spoke up. Han Yunxi, who allowed you to call your lordship by name? Hearing this, Han Yunxi halted her steps and turned to look at the roof, only to see Long Fei sitting high up in the air. Noble, domineering, mysterious, grave, and dignified, he looked like a god high up in the clouds. His deep eyes were currently staring at her. Han Yunxi gave a start before she burst into laughter. Stupidly, she blurted out, Long Fei Yi, you're all right. You scared me to death. This guy, he's actually sitting on the roof. So many people outside are worried about him, but he's so relaxed. What were you afraid of? Long Fei Yi arched a brow as he asked. What was she afraid of? Just then, was she really afraid? Han Yunxi raised her head to look at Long Fei Yi. After a long time she pursed her lips and teased. I was afraid that if anything happened to you, I'd have to be buried with you. At these words, Long Fei Yi's smile vanished. He landed on the ground and asked cold, How did you get in? It had been so many days, but Mu Fei hadn't come. Presumably, the emperor had issued strict orders. He never expected this woman to get in, which really surprised him. But what surprised him even more was Han Yunxi's reply. I'm here to save you. Long Fei Yi grew curious. Han Yunxi immediately told him about the poison plague. She was so enraptured and full of spirit that she didn't even notice that Long Fei Yi had been staring at her the entire time. Actually, he didn't need her to save him. Emperor Tianhui hadn't thrown him straight into the prisons, but confined him to the palace instead. This was enough to prove that the emperor had left him a way out and had some misgivings. He was the youngest of all the imperial princes and the weakest of them all. Naturally, he had his own skills to be able to survive such a fierce struggle for the throne. Emperor Tianhui couldn't touch him in the past, but now it was even harder. Why did you save your lordship? Long Fei Yi asked again, his amused gaze boring into Han Yunxi's eyes. His gaze was so domineering that it seemed capable of piercing straight into her heart. Han Yunxi immediately avoided it, her heart pounding in her chest. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi suddenly drew closer, his powerful aura enveloping Han Yunxi in an oppressive manner. Because she didn't want to be buried with me? Long Fei Yi thought. If this woman dares to say that again, I'll definitely make her regret it. Chapter 175. Why did she save him? Actually, the reason was very clear. But why did Han Yunxi hesitate in the face of Long Fei Yi's forceful interrogation and domineering gaze? What was she hesitating about? Did she have any other answer? Why? Long Fei Yi pressed closer and closer. Han Yunxi blurted out anxiously, Because you used the pardon order to save me. Now that I'm saving you once, we'll be clear. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi said coldly, Who wants to be clear with you? Han Yunxi was stunned. She stared at Long Fei Yi with wide eyes. This guy, what did he mean? This time, it was Long Fei Yi who avoided her gaze. He immediately pushed her away, coughed lightly, and said coldly, Han Yunxi, this prince's pardon order isn't that easy to return. You still owe this prince. Stingy guy. Han Yunxi pursed her lips. She couldn't be bothered to be so calculative with him. Since he was done with his questions, it was her turn to ask. Are you under house arrest because you disobeyed the imperial decree and refused to marry Princess Rongla? Han Yunxi felt like an idiot when she asked the question. It was an obvious question, but she still asked it anyway. Yes. Long Fei Yi was very straightforward. Why? Han Yunxi hurriedly asked again. Alright, asking this question also made her feel very stupid, but she still asked it. However, this time, Long Fei Yi was not straightforward. He asked back, Does this matter have anything to do with you? For a moment, Han Yunxi was speechless. Actually, this was what she really wanted to ask, but she didn't expect this guy to use it to ask her. Did rejecting Princess Rongla have anything to do with her? Otherwise, if he was forced to marry one, marrying two was also the same. Why was he so stubborn to make such a big deal out of it? Alright, she admitted that when she saw Long Fei Yi's cold face and cold eyes, she couldn't ask. What if she angered this guy? In fact, being forced to marry one woman was already very sullen. There was no need to sullen a second time, right? Han Yunxi thought so and felt much better. It's okay. I was just asking. Long Fei Yi narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, Do you have any other questions? No. Han Yunxi didn't look up and missed the displeasure in his eyes. Long Fei Yi did not speak again. Han Yunshi lowered her head. The two of them were always like this. As they talked, they suddenly fell into silence. Of course, Han Yunshi quickly looked up and said, "The prescription for the antidote is in my hands. I'll go find His Majesty right now. Even if he doesn't want to, he'll have to release them." Actually, Long Fei Yi had never liked or cared for women's help. But when he saw Han Yunshi so confident, he couldn't help but nod his head. I'll wait for you." Han Yunshi rejoiced and left in a hurry. But as soon as she left, she saw Emperor Tianhui standing alone by the door. When Han Yunshi walked out, Eunuch Shui quickly locked the doors again. Han Yunshi was calm and unruffled, neither servile nor overbearing as she bowed. "Is your Majesty waiting for the Duke of Qin's prescription?" The Duke of Qin's prescription? This woman was truly sharp-tongued. Emperor Tianhui didn't hide his anger, but it was written all over his face. Coldly, he asked, "Where's the prescription?" Han Yunshi replied unhurriedly, "The prescription is in the Duke of Qin's hands. He said that only he could find the ingredients on it." Emperor Tianhui's hands had long clenched into fists in his wide sleeve. Hearing these words, he couldn't bear it anymore. It was bad enough that this woman threatened him, but she even used Long Fei Ye's name to threaten him. She really knows how to fight for Long Fei Ye's face. But Han Yunshi took things one step further. "I'll have to ask your Majesty and His Highness Duke of Qin to discuss the prescription. If there's a need, Yunshi will do her best to help you find the ingredient." Wasn't this the same as asking him to go beg Long Fei Yi to come out? Emperor Tianhui was so angry that he almost spat up blood. Killing intent shot out from his eyes. If possible, he'd kill Han Yunshi by 1,000 cuts right now. At the same time, Long Fei Yi was in the courtyard and heard every word clearly. He seemed very satisfied, his lips curled up in a smile the entire time. There was no way Emperor Tianhui would enter the Hall of Regrets, much less discuss the poison plague prescription with Long Fei Yi. With Long Fei Ye's personality, he'd definitely find a chance to strike back and make it impossible for him to back down. Emperor Tianhui glared at Han Yunshi for a long time before speaking cold voice to Eunuch Shui. "When the Duke of Qin has had enough remorse, have him come out?" So speaking, he flicked his sleeves and left without a backward glance. Eunuch Shui stared at Emperor Tianhui's retreating form in disbelief, unable to recover his senses. "Eunuch Shui, why aren't you opening the door yet?" Han Yunshi reminded him with a smile, in a very good mood. Eunuch Shui glanced at Han Yunshi and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Women really are a source of calamity. The relationship between the Emperor and His Highness Duke of Qin had been growing more and more tense in the past few years. If this woman interfered, heaven knows what would happen in the future. Han Yunshi was very clear in her heart as well. This time, she'd thoroughly provoked Emperor Tianhui. In the future, she'd have to be careful at every step. Actually, she'd avoid offending him if she could. But things weren't in her control, so she'd always been passive. Moreover, choosing Long Fei Yi meant that she was destined to be enemies with Emperor Tianhui, wasn't that so? Long Fei Yi wasn't a fish in a pond. How could he be willing to be controlled by Emperor Tianhui for the rest of his life? As soon as the palace doors opened, Long Fei Yi walked out. Han Yunshi immediately smiled at him, but Long Fei Yi ignored her and strode forward. This guy. Han Yunshi bit her lip as she glared hatefully at his retreating form. She'd already offended Emperor Tianhui to death. Couldn't he at least give her a smile? But it was at this moment that Long Fei Yi turned around, his tone impatient. "Han Yunshi, you're still not leaving? Going where?" Han Yunshi replied unhappily. "Going home," Long Fei Yi replied before leaving without a backward glance. Going home, what a heartwarming word. Did it really come out of that giant ice cube's mouth? Leaving aside Han Yunshi, even Eunuch Shui was left gaping. Only then did he realize that His Highness Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei were one family. Han Yunshi couldn't help but secretly curve her lips as she eagerly followed after him. By the time they reached the Duke of Qin's estate, it was already late at night. Grand concubine Yi had long gone to bed, so the large estate was quiet save for a few lanterns. Fortunately, Steward Xia was very obedient and left the door open for Han Yunxi to wait for her personally. As soon as he saw Han Yunxi, Steward Xia was pleasantly surprised. "Esteemed Wang Fei, you've finally come back." But before he could finish, he froze as he saw a familiar figure appear behind esteemed Wang Fei. It was none other than His Highness Duke of Qin. Steward Xia gaped, too shocked to speak. Wasn't His Highness Duke of Qin under house arrest in the palace? How could Long Fei Yi walked past them and headed for the hibiscus courtyard? Han Yunxi chuckled at Steward Xia before giving her thanks and chasing after Long Fei Yi. "Your Highness, wait! Your Highness, wait!" Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi was too lazy to pay attention. Instead of stopping, he walked faster and faster. After being imprisoned for so many days, he hadn't been able to see anyone. There were many reports he couldn't receive or send out, so he had to deal with the matters at hand immediately. "Long Fei Yi!" Han Yunxi panicked and rushed forward to grab his arm. Long Fei Yi finally stopped, his cold eyes looking down at her fiercely. "Let go." Han Yunxi felt as if she'd been electrocuted and let go. "Come with me for a bit, just for a bit." "Something very important?" Long Fei Yi asked. "Not really, Aya, you'll know when you come." Han Yunxi didn't know how to explain. "I don't have time." What important matter could she have? Even if she wanted to find medicine, she didn't need to leave immediately. He couldn't delay the matters at hand any longer. Seeing that he was about to leave, Han Yunxi threw caution to the wind and grabbed his hand again. "It's something very important." With that, she dragged him away. Long Fei Yi frowned, looking displeased. This woman was getting bolder and bolder. Just as he was about to push her hand away, he saw her little hand holding his tightly. Long Fei Yi hesitated for a moment, interest flashing in his eyes. He purposely deepened his inner energy to make himself heavier. Han Yunxi had been able to pull Long Fei Yi easily at first, but gradually, it became more and more difficult for her to pull him away. After walking less than 10 steps, she couldn't pull Long Fei Yi any further. Finally, she realized that something was wrong. She frowned and looked over, her little face full of stubbornness and anger. She tugged fiercely and fiercely. "It's really something very important. Let's go." It seemed that this was the first time a woman had dared to be so fierce to him. Or perhaps it could be said that this was the first time a woman had been so fierce to him. He wanted to be angry, but he only said coldly, "Then let go." Han Yunxi immediately released him. Although she'd let go of his arm, Long Fei Yi felt as if she'd let go of his heart as well, leaving him feeling empty and empty. He didn't like this unfamiliar feeling. "Lead the way," he said coldly, urging her on instead. Han Yunxi turned to leave, leading Long Fei Yi all the way to Grand Concubine Yi's peony courtyard. Grand Concubine Yi had long fallen asleep, while Gui Mama, who was on night watch, was curled up by the door, dozing off. Han Yunxi ignored Gui Mama and went to knock on the door herself. Bang bang bang. Long Fei Yi stood behind her, completely unable to guess what this woman wanted to do. Mu Fei was already asleep, so why was she looking for her? The knocking on the door woke up Gui Mama, who was getting up when Grand Concubine Yi's angry voice came from inside. "Gui Mama, what's going on? What are you doing in the middle of the night?" But Gui Mama didn't reply. She simply stared at Long Fei with wide eyes and slack jaws, still in a half-rising position. Heavens, the Duke of Qin! The Duke of Qin had actually come back. Very soon, Grand Concubine Yi came out in her outer robes, only to see Han Yunxi blocking the door. She grew furious. "Han Yunxi, what are you doing?" But Han Yunxi was all smiles as she laughed. "Mu Fei, I'm back. I brought His Highness Duke of Qin back too." So speaking, she stepped aside, allowing Grand Concubine Yi to see Long Fei Yi standing on one side. Grand Concubine immediately muffled her mouth. She didn't even care about her outer robes, because she couldn't believe her eyes. She rushed out and hugged Long Fei. Fei Yu, Long Fei Yi finally understood why Han Yunshi had brought him here. He allowed Grand Concubine Yi to examine him up and down, asking him questions here and there. He felt a little helpless, but couldn't refuse. Meanwhile, Han Yunshi sat on one side, secretly amused by Grand Concubine Yi's excitement. She wasn't a scourge, much less a jinx. Although her family had declined and she had no power, influence, or backing, far inferior to Princess Rongla's honor and glory, she still relied on her own abilities to bring Long Fei back. Grand Concubine Yi, I, Han Yunshi, am no worse than Princess Rongla in any way. Chapter 176. Just as Long Fei Ye's patience was about to run out, Grand Concubine Yi finally finished her examination and questioning. Now she knew how Long Fei Yi had left the Hall of Regrets. Han Yunshi looked at Long Fei Ye's cold expression and found it hard to understand. Why was this guy so cold to his own mother? Still, Grand Concubine Yi was used to it. Han Yunshi didn't think much of it. When she saw Grand Concubine Yi walk over, she withdrew her smile and put on a calm and composed face. Grand Concubine Yi looked at her as if she wanted to speak, but stopped herself. After a long time, she said, "It's very late. Go rest with His Highness." Actually, Han Yunshi wasn't here to claim credit, but to prove that she wasn't a jinx. She didn't say much, but nodded and left with Long Fei Yi. But by the time they reached the gates of the courtyard, Grand Concubine Yi said, "Fei, if you don't like Princess Rongla, Mu Fei won't make things difficult for you." Rather than saying these words for Long Fei Yi, it was better to say they were for Han Yunshi. Without a doubt, this was the best reply to Han Yunshi, as well as her greatest affirmation. Long Fei Yi knew that Han Yunshi must have dragged him here because Mu Fei had made things difficult for her in the past. Judging from her words, it probably involved Princess Rongla as well. Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with surprise, but he didn't reply. He kept walking, but Han Yunshi suddenly felt a weight lifted from her shoulders. She thought that no matter how sincere Grand Concubine Yi was, those words were enough. Han Yunshi didn't look back, but stood there for a while before catching up to Long Fei Yi. Under the moonlight, the two of them seemed to slow down their steps on purpose as they walked in silence. Returning to the hibiscus courtyard, they walked to the fork in the garden. One of them had to turn left, the other turned right. However, this time, Long Fei Yi did not leave immediately. Instead, he stopped and asked, "Han Yunshi, do you know the consequences of angering the emperor?" Of course, she had considered the consequences, but she had no choice. If anything happened to Long Fei Yi, she would be the next one to suffer. She answered timidly, "You were the one who made him angry first." Long Fei Yi didn't expect Han Yunshi to answer like this. He suddenly chuckled. "Go to the Imperial Academy of Medicine tomorrow. The plague can't be delayed." After saying that, he left, leaving Han Yunshi standing there in a daze, her heart beating faster. Did she hear wrongly? This guy actually smiled. It wasn't a sneer, nor was it a sneer. It was a faint, gentle smile. His voice was cold and deep. She didn't expect it to be so pleasant to hear when he laughed. It had a kind of attractive charm and seemed to be quite gentle. Gentle? Han Yunshi couldn't believe it herself at the thought. How could such a cold person have a gentle side? Looking at Long Fei Ye's tall, solitary figure, Han Yunshi suddenly wanted to chase after him and see if he was really smiling. Early next morning, Emperor Tianhui sent eunuch Shui with orders for Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi to hand over the antidote to the plague within 3 days. They had to hand over the antidote, not the prescription. Yesterday, Han Yunshi had told Emperor Tianhui at the Hall of Regrets that there was one ingredient in the prescription that required Long Fei Yi to find. Long Fei Yi assumed that Han Yunshi had said those words on purpose, but it turned out to be true. She really was missing one ingredient. It's called violet mugwort. It's very rare and records say that it takes 30 years to sprout and 30 years to grow leaf. It's also very small, about the size of a palm, but one can make countless portions of the antidote. As Han Yunshi handed over the antidote prescription, she was embarrassed to explain. Long Fei Yi wasn't familiar with medicinal plants at all, but even an idiot would know how rare violet mugwort was from those 30 years. He didn't look at the prescription, but arched an eyebrow at Han Yunshi. "You're so sure that your lordship can find it within 3 days?" he asked with interest. Heaven knows if Emperor Tianhui would vomit blood and die if he knew the truth? Han Yunshi jabbed her fingers together, embarrassed. But she had no choice. Even if she handed over the prescription, Emperor Tianhui would still ask for the ingredients. After all, the third young master of the imperial uncle's estate hadn't been completely saved. She'd been able to threaten Emperor Tianhui this time, not because of her prescription, but because she could cure the plague and save lives. If she couldn't and Emperor Tianhui found out about her weakness, then Long Fei Yi would be in even more trouble. "No matter what, Your Highness has to come out first, right?" Han Yunshi said with a smile. Long Fei Yi didn't speak, but kept looking at her. His heart was filled with helplessness and amusement. He even felt like he had to submit to this woman. She really had the guts to threaten and lie to Emperor Tianhui. "Your Highness, there's no time to lose. As Chenxia sees it, let's make another trip to Medicine Ghost Valley," Han Yunshi suggested. Medicine Ghost Valley had many wondrous ingredients, so that was the first place Han Yunshi thought of. Even if there weren't any, His Excellency Pillfiend should know where to find them. Long Fei Yi thought of Medicine Ghost Valley as well. He nodded and prepared to leave when Han Yunshi said, "Your Highness, take Imperial Physician Gu with you." "Why's that?" Long Fei Yi was surprised. "There are still a few precious ingredients in the prescription that need to be carefully selected. The Imperial Physician Courtyard doesn't have enough in stock, but Medicine Ghost Valley has planted plenty of them. Imperial Physician Gu is familiar with the ingredients, so it'll be better if he chooses them himself," Han Yunshi replied seriously. Long Fei Yi wasn't very willing. Bringing along another person who didn't know how to use lightness techniques would only add to the trouble. Still, he couldn't refuse this reason. He nodded and ordered the servants to prepare the horses. Very soon, a problem arose. Long Fei and Gu Beiwei rode their horses to a stop by the city gate. One was dressed in black robes, the other in white robes. One was cold and mysterious, the other gentle and refined. The two of them were simply a sight to behold. Meanwhile, Han Yunshi, she was dressed in casual clothes and rode behind them on horseback, holding tightly to the rope. Her expression was stiff as her body swayed from side to side. It took her great effort to catch up to them. She knew how to ride a horse, but her skills weren't very good. They only had 3 days. From here to Medicine Ghost Valley, it would take at least 1 day to get there on horseback, and 2 days to go back and forth. Time was tight and they couldn't afford to delay. Gu Beiwei looked at them with a faint smile on his face. He didn't urge them, and his gaze was extremely gentle. Long Fei Yi, on the other hand, had a cold expression on his face. He curled his lips and suddenly jumped up and landed behind Han Yunshi. The sudden appearance of the person not only scared Han Yunshi, but also scared the horse. The horse suddenly raised its front hooves, and Han Yunshi screamed. She couldn't control herself and fell back into Long Fei Yi's arms. Long Fei Yi was expressionless. He put his feet in the stirrups and took the reins from Han Yunshi's hands. He didn't know how he pulled the reins with his hands, but he magically tamed the frightened horse. Only those who were good at riding would be able to understand the intricacies behind this. Han Yunshi didn't understand. She was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. She didn't even realize that she was in Long Fei Yi's arms. "Let's go," Long Fei Yi said to Gu Beiwei indifferently. "Your Highness, please go first." Gu Beiwei was neither servile nor overbearing. Long Fei Yi kicked the horse's belly, and the horse galloped out like an arrow. Gu Beiwe was impressed by its speed, and he immediately caught up. The horse galloped and the wind whistled from both sides. At this time, Han Yunxi finally realized her situation. She was completely trapped in someone's arms, and the space on the horse's back was limited. To be exact, her back was completely stuck in someone's arms, and that person's hands were around her waist, pulling the reins, sometimes loosening and sometimes tightening, swaying back and forth. The last time she went to the Medicine Ghost Valley with him, he held her in his arms and hid under his cloak. This time, it seemed to be a step further. This wasn't too good. Han Yunxi's heart was beating wildly, and she couldn't help but carefully raise her head. She inadvertently saw Long Fei Ye's incomparably sexy Adam's apple. With this look, Han Yunxi couldn't move her eyes away. She never knew that a man could have such a perfect Adam's apple. It was so charming. However, at this time, Long Fei Ye lowered his head and looked down. In an instant, a masculine aura hit her in the face, mixed with the faint fragrance of dragon saliva. It had a kind of magic that made people want to pounce on it. Han Yunxi was stunned, and then she panicked. She forgot that she was on the horse's back, and suddenly turned to escape. However, Long Fei Ye held her waist with one hand and coldly ordered, "Sit properly." The horse was so fast. Was this woman looking to die? Why was she struggling? Why was she struggling? Han Yunxi was instantly energized by the fierce voice. She sat properly and lowered her head. "What are you doing?" Long Fei Ye questioned. "Nothing," Han Yunxi answered in a low voice. She had a guilty conscience. "If you're not doing anything, then why are you moving?" Long Fei Ye asked again. "It was an accident." Han Yunxi secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, this guy didn't find out that she was peeping just now. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing. Long Fei Ye didn't ask any more questions. In his mind, he saw the pair of blurred eyes when he lowered his head. He had seen many love-struck eyes, but he felt that this woman's eyes were different from others. As for what was different, he couldn't tell. He let go of Han Yunxi's waist and continued to pull the reins. With a sudden shake, the horse sped up. Gu Beiwe followed behind them and saw everything. Although Long Fei Ye's speed was getting faster and faster, he still followed and didn't fall behind. In the middle of the night, they finally arrived at the Medicine Ghost Valley. Even though it was late at night, the Medicine Ghost Valley was still very lively. His Excellency Pilfiend's courtyard was completely dark, but the outside of the courtyard was as bright as day. People who came to ask for medicine each brought a lantern. From afar, they looked like a group of fireflies. Han Yunxi and the others came back last time with the poisonous python's innards. This time, they came back empty-handed. The three of them arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. Gu Beiwe was a little worried. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Your Highness, the herbs in the Medicine Ghost Valley are not easy to find." Before Long Fei Ye could answer, Han Yunxi was happy. She moved closer to Gu Beiwe and whispered in his ear. Last time, she competed with Duanmu Yao to find medicine. In the end, she didn't find the medicine ghost hits the wall. The Duanmu siblings took the initiative to admit defeat. As for whether she found the medicine ghost hits the wall, His Excellency Pilfiend was very curious. He even chased after her to the courtyard to ask. Today, she came with the answer to negotiate with His Excellency Pilfiend. Gu Beiwe didn't expect this and couldn't help but laugh. Shoo! Be careful, don't let that old man hear you. If His Excellency Pilfiend knew that Han Yunxi was laughing at him like this, they probably wouldn't be able to exchange anything. Gu Beiwe immediately stopped talking. He and Han Yunxi looked at each other and laughed silently. They had a tacit understanding. Long Fei Yi looked at them from the side. After a long time, he looked away and knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. He used a lot of strength. After knocking for a while, no one answered. Long Fei Yi looked down and used more strength. Bang, bang, bang. It attracted the attention of everyone in the courtyard. Finally, the old steward's angry voice could be heard. Who is it? Who dares to knock on the door in the middle of the night? When the door opened, the old steward was about to flip out. However, when he saw the familiar faces of Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi, he was immediately scared into silence. It's them again. Last time, after these two left, His Excellency Pill Fiend didn't eat or drink for 3 days because of the medicine ghost hits the wall. After that, he went on a trip and still hadn't returned. Chapter 177. At the sight of the old steward, Han Yunxi welcomed him with a smile. Old steward, I'll have to trouble you to report that Qin Wangfei made a special trip to tell His Excellency Pill Fiend the answer from last time. Ghost hits the wall? The old steward guessed immediately. Han Yunxi nodded mysteriously, but the old steward only looked helpless. Your Highness, esteemed Wangfei, His Excellency Pill Fiend went on a journey a few months ago and still hasn't returned. You came at the wrong time. What? Then where did he go? Han Yunxi asked hastily. The old steward shook his head. This old servant has never been clear on His Excellency Pill Fiend's whereabouts, much less when he'll return. In other words, they couldn't find him? Emperor Tianhui only had 3 days left. How were they supposed to find Violet Wormwood now? They couldn't even find any news about him. Old steward, does the estate have any Violet Wormwood? Han Yunxi was still holding out hope. The old steward was alarmed. You want Violet Wormwood? Do you have it? Han Yunxi grew excited. But the old steward only shook his head. This old servant doesn't know about such a rare and precious ingredient. Esteemed Wangfei, His Excellency Pill Fiend personally takes care of all the precious ingredients in the valley. This old servant is only in charge of the more common ones. Hearing this, even Long Fei Ye's expression turned ugly. What to do? Your Highness, esteemed Wangfei, please go back, the old steward said as he prepared to close the door. Long Fei Yi immediately stopped him. You're certain you don't know where Gu Qisha is? Your Highness Duke of Qin, this old servant wouldn't dare lie to you even if I ate a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. If you don't believe me, you can come in and look for him, the old steward explained. But it was then that a familiar voice rose from the side. Poison Lass, what a coincidence! Han Yunxi looked back and saw that the newcomer was none other than the red-robed evildoer, the suave and elegant Gu Qishao. Why are you here? Han Yunxi was surprised. I'm here to do some business with Your Excellency Pill Fiend. Hee, I didn't think we would be so fated to meet each other here. Gu walked over with a devastatingly beautiful smile. Poison Lass and Fate, as if they were very familiar with each other. She rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Coldly, she said, His Excellency Pill Fiend isn't here. You came in vain. Unexpectedly, Gu did not mind. I'm here to sell medicine. It's fine as long as the old butler is here. Upon hearing this, the old housekeeper became interested. The Medicine Ghost Valley naturally collected medicinal herbs. Seeing that this red-clothed young man had an extraordinary temperament, he must have some good stuff in his hands. May I know what medicinal herbs this young master has brought? The old butler hurriedly asked. 6-leaf clover, basil flower, and one more thing. Gu smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice. Purple wormwood. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. This guy actually had purple wormwood? What a coincidence! Han Yunxi was about to speak when the old butler became anxious. Young master, Your Excellency Pill Fiend isn't here, so this old servant has full authority to make the decision. Please come inside and we can talk in detail. Then, he grabbed Gu's hand and pulled him inside. However, Han Yunxi also immediately reached out. Just as she was about to grab Gu, Long Fei Yi quickly slapped her hand away and personally grabbed Gu's wrist. He pulled him out of the room and broke free from the old butler's grip. Han Yunxi's hand was very painful from the slap. She looked at Long Fei Yi in annoyance and saw that Long Fei Yi's face was gloomy. He wasn't looking at her. Hey, Your Highness Duke of Qin, it's going to hurt, Gu loudly protested. Long Fei Ye's expression was as cold as ice. You have purple wormwood? Let go first. Let's talk things over. Gu narrowed his eyes and secretly struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, his strength was no match for Long Fei Ye's. Helpless, he could only nod. Yes. Price? Long Fei Ye was truly a man of few words. Not worth 1,000 taels of gold. Gu was very serious. Long Fei Ye sneered. Didn't you want to sell it to Pill Fiend? That comes with a condition. Upon hearing Gu's words, the old butler hastily interjected, Your Highness Duke of Qin, please don't interfere with Medicine Ghost Valley's business. Let go of this young master. Then let's talk outside the valley. After throwing these words at the old butler, Long Fei Ye dragged Gu outside. In the face of Long Fei Ye's tyrannical behavior, the old butler was helpless. However, he still relentlessly chased after Gu and tried to persuade him. This young master brought a wondrous medicine to Medicine Ghost Valley. Presumably, he has something important to discuss with His Excellency Pill Fiend. Young master, please consider carefully. Young master, His Excellency Pill Fiend can help with something, but not everyone can do it. Although His Excellency Pill Fiend isn't here, young master can discuss with this old servant in detail. This old servant will definitely help you find His Excellency Pill Fiend as soon as possible. Long Fei Ye ignored him and dragged Gu away quickly. The old butler tried to persuade him, but they actually followed him all the way out of the valley. The old butler still wanted to persuade him, but at this time, Long Fei Ye finally spoke. This isn't Medicine Ghost Valley's territory. If you interfere with this prince's business, you'll have to bear the consequences. This, the old butler almost cried. How could he be so tyrannical? This young master, please say something. Gu's mouth twitched into an embarrassed smile. As long as you agree to my conditions, I'll sell it to anyone. Hee, old butler, why don't you go back first? You. The old butler was furious. This red-robed young master was even more detestable than His Highness Duke of Qin. Gu Qishao put on a beautiful face and smiled like a flower. This young master, it's best if you don't come to Medicine Ghost Valley in the future. The old butler was so angry that he flicked his sleeves and left. In his heart, he added Gu to the Medicine Ghost Valley's blacklist. Only then did Long Fei Ye release Gu's hand. A trace of bewilderment flashed through his eyes. They were looking for violet wormwood, but Gu Qishao wasn't here. How could Gu just happen to be here to sell it? How could there be such a coincidence in the world? There seemed to be something fishy going on here. However, when he saw the old butler's serious and angry expression, Long Fei Ye's suspicions were mostly dispelled. Regardless of whether it was a coincidence or something fishy, obtaining the violet wormwood was the most important thing to them. Gu, where's the item? Han Yunshi asked anxiously. Poison lass, we haven't even discussed the conditions yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Gu smiled. When he looked at Han Yunshi, his long, narrow eyes were filled with deep interest. Poison your head. Who allowed you to call me that? I don't know you that well. Han Yunshi said angrily. The back of her hand hurt from the slap just now. For better or for worse, I saved your life once. Don't be like this, Gu said cheerfully. The more they talked, the more they seemed to be flirting with each other. Finally, Long Fei Ye lost his patience and pulled Han Yunshi behind him. What conditions do you want? He asked coldly. I want a medicinal tea tree sapling. Only the Mu clan in Medicine City has it. I was planning to have His Excellency Pill Fiend come with me, but if Your Highness Duke of Qin has the confidence, then this business deal can still be done. Gu was finally serious. Medicine City. This was a large, independent city that was one of Cloud Realm Continent's 4 great cities. Besides Medicine City, there was also Medical City, City of Daughters, and Carefree City. The medical academy that Gu and Han Yunshi often mentioned was located in Medical City. As for Medicine City, as its name suggested, It was a gathering place for medicinal ingredients. Many of the city's great medicinal families controlled a lot of medicinal ingredient. They were all centuries-old families, and their foundations were much deeper than pill-fiend valleys. Long Fei Yi didn't think twice before agreeing. The violet wormwood is in urgent need. Hand it over first. Gu hesitated, but didn't make things difficult for him. Fine. I'm sure your Highness Duke of Qin won't go back on your word. When Gu took out the violet wormwood, Han Yunxi and Gu Beiwei both gathered around. Although Gu didn't seem like he was lying, they still didn't believe him until they saw the thing. Gu took out a transparent glass bottle with the violet wormwood growing inside. It was about the size of a child's palm and had 4 purple leaves. Its roots had been washed very clean and soaked in water, making it very fresh. Seeing this, Han Yunxi and Gu Beiwei exchanged glances and relaxed. Is this the thing? Long Fei Yi was a layman. Han Yunxi immediately nodded. Although she wasn't as familiar with medicinal ingredients as Gu Beiwei, she couldn't be mistaken. Gu Beiwei also nodded. Your Highness, this is the violet wormwood. There's no mistaking it. Long Fei Yi took the violet wormwood and tossed it to Han Yunxi. Take it back and deal with the plague yourself. You're going to Medicine City right now? Han Yunxi was puzzled. Gu didn't seem to be in a hurry, but Long Fei Yi seemed to be even more anxious. Amen. Long Fei Yi didn't explain. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that he was running out of time, he would have gone to Medicine City to look for medicine after running into a wall in Medicine Ghost Valley. Moreover, his planned destination after the new year was Medicine City. If it weren't for the delay caused by the Imperial Edict, he would have been there long ago. Naturally, it would be best if your Highness Duke of Qin could fulfill your promise immediately. Gu was very happy. Seeing Long Fei Yi mount his horse, Han Yunxi didn't hesitate to stop him. Wait a moment. The remaining 2 ingredients shouldn't be too difficult, right? Long Fei Yi asked. They'd brought Gu Beiwei along in order to pick 2 premium ingredients, Dragon Sunflower and Sky Vanilla. There were plenty of these 2 ingredients in Medicine Ghost Valley, enough for them to pick out the best of the best. The precious medicinal ingredients in Pill Fiend Valley were all personally managed by His Excellency Pill Fiend. Anyone who wanted to obtain them would have to go through His Excellency. However, common medicinal ingredients like Dragon Sunflower and Heavenly Vanilla Grass were things that the old steward had the authority to decide on. Although they'd just offended the old steward, if Han Yunxi could handle His Excellency Pill Fiend, she could definitely handle the old steward as well. It's not difficult, Han Yunxi said faintly. Then what's the matter? Long Fei Yi asked again. Han Yunxi hesitated for a moment, then put on an innocent smile. Your Highness, please take me to Medicine City to broaden my horizons. I promise I won't cause any trouble. Who knows, I might even be able to help. Medicine City was such a powerful place. She really wanted to go there. Her detoxification system had a lot of medicinal ingredients recorded, but there weren't many stored. She'd always been missing 1 or 2 ingredients from the previous detoxification attempts. Maybe she could replenish them in Medicine City. Gu sat on a tall horse, smiling without saying a word. To the side, a complicated look flashed through Gu Beiwei's eyes, but he also didn't say anything. Of course, the decision wasn't up to them, but Long Fei Yi. Seeing that Long Fei Yi wasn't speaking, Han Yunxi hurriedly added, I've already told Imperial Physician Gu the prescription. You can rest assured that the matter of the plague will be left to him. The other 2 ingredients aren't rare, so if you can afford the price, the old steward will definitely sell them. She was pushing all the responsibility to Gu Beiwei. Still, Han Yunxi's words weren't wrong. With the prescription and violet wormwood in hand, the problem of the plague could be easily solved without much difficulty. However, Long Fei Yi still looked at her without saying a word. Han Yunxi was anxious. Couldn't this guy give her a reaction? Your Highness, perhaps this concubine can bring back some medicinal ingredients that will be useful in the future. Han Yunshi continued to plead. Long Fei Ye's eyes were filled with amusement, but he still didn't say anything. Your Highness, why don't you state your conditions? Han Yunshi was anxious, but she'd hardly spoken when Gu Qishao laughed. Poison lass, if he won't take you, I'll. Come here. Chapter 178. With Gu's words, the already silent atmosphere became even more silent. Long Fei Yi was expressionless, but his gaze never left Han Yunshi. And Han Yunshi, after begging for so long, her patience was about to run out. She really wanted to rely on Gu immediately, but when she saw Long Fei's deep, serene eyes, she couldn't bring herself to take a step. Instead, she glanced resentfully at Gu Qishao. Unexpectedly, with just one glance, Long Fei Ye's gloomy eyes turned even colder. Han Yunshi instantly felt a murderous aura rising. They were only husband and wife in name. Although he did restrain her to abide by his so-called womanly virtues, it was not to the extent of restricting her freedom. Why was he so serious and fierce? All right, she would not get involved with them. It was not like she did not have legs. After they left, she would feel more at ease going alone. Han Yunshi ignored Gu Qishao and chuckled. Then I won't go. Your Highness, take care of yourself on the road. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi stretched out his hand and said coldly, Get on first. Wait until this prince has thought it through, then I will tell you what conditions I want. Han Yunshi was clearly the one who asked him to state his conditions, but at this moment she suddenly felt like she had been cheated. Could she not go? Before she could think about it, Long Fei Yi grabbed her shoulders and gently lifted her up onto the horse as if he was carrying something. Just like when they first arrived, he tied her up in his arms. However, unlike the previous time, this time, he only held the reins with one hand and the other domineeringly rubbed her waist, as if declaring ownership. He hugged her very tightly. Han Yunshi could feel the warmth and roughness of his large hands through her clothes. In that moment, she felt unwell and did not care about anything else. Gu glanced at her and chuckled disdainfully. He rode his horse away. Imperial Physician Gu, I will leave the matter of the plague to you. You don't have to tell the Emperor where we are going. Long Fei Yi left these words, rubbing Han Yunshi's arm, and quickly chased after them. Gu Beiwe was like someone who had been abandoned. He stood there alone and watched the horse gallop away. Only when the figure disappeared did he withdraw his gaze. His figure looked lonely, but his face did not show the disappointment of being abandoned. From beginning to end, it was still that gentle, modest, and gentle expression. It was quiet and beautiful, as if nothing in this world could ever break his tranquility. He took out the violet wormwood from the glass bottle and looked at it seriously. He muttered to himself, "It was picked not long ago?" His familiarity with medicinal herbs far exceeded anyone's imagination. When he first saw the violet mugwort, he was already suspicious. Now, he was even more certain that this violet mugwort had just been plucked from the soil not too long ago. It should not have been more than 2 hours ago. Within a radius of 100 miles, other than the Medicine Ghost Valley, where else could grow purple wormwood? Or perhaps, where else could it be so coincidental that it was growing? Carefully putting the violet mugwort back into the glass bottle, Gu Beiwe smiled thoughtfully. He turned back to look at the Medicine Ghost Valley, but he did not turn back. Instead, he mounted his horse and left. In order to concoct the antidote for the poisonous plague, he still needed a large amount of dragon sunflower and heavenly fragrant grass. He needed to select the best quality among them to be the main medicinal ingredient. The violet mugwort was only the catalyst. He left the Medicine Ghost Valley just like that. Probably only he knew where to find so many dragon sunflower and heavenly fragrant grass. After Gu Beiwe returned to the imperial capital, he immediately concocted the antidote. Poisonous plagues were different from ordinary illnesses. Ordinary illnesses required a recovery period. Even if there was medicine, it might not be completely cured. Poisonous plagues, on the other hand, could be cured as soon as the antidote arrived. There was no need to drag things out. Within a few days, the poison plague was more or less under control. Of course, Gu Beiwei didn't tell Emperor Tianhui where Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi had gone. But after this incident, Emperor Tianhui would never let Han Yunshi off so easily. He couldn't get rid of Long Feiyi for now, but no matter what, he had to find a way to get rid of Han Yunshi first. This woman who dared to challenge his authority. By now, Han Yunshi's group had already reached the gates of Medicine City. The city gates were large enough to rival the gates of the capital city. They were lofty and grand, but also had a simple and unadorned feel to them. On the way, Han Yunshi learned quite a bit about Medicine City. Medicine City occupied a large area, and its soil was perfect for growing medicinal plants. Not only were there large quantities of medicinal plants, but most of them were of the highest quality. Every household in the city bought and sold medicinal plants for a living. Most of the plants were grown by their own families, but some were resold from others. No matter if they were common or rare ingredients, there was a wide variety of them. In other words, Medicine City was Cloud Realm Continent's largest warehouse for medicinal plants. Supposedly, 2/3 of the world's medicinal plants came from this city. The three most famous families in Medicine City were the Mu, Wang, and Xie clans. They controlled more than half of the city's medicinal plants. In the center of Medicine City, there was a forest of the highest quality medicinal plants that the three families controlled together. Just like how the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice, no matter how good one's medical skills were, it was all for naught if there were no medicinal plants to use. Thus, although Medicine City's reputation and status weren't as high as medical cities, the people here were still inextricably linked to those from Medical City. Han Yunshi walked into Medicine City and smelled the pleasant scent of medicinal plants in the air. She couldn't help but wonder if she could find any information about Lady Tianxin in Medical City. Would she be able to find out more about her in Medicine City? Of course, she didn't want to let Long Feiyi and Gu know too much about her poison skills this time, especially Long Feiyi, who'd questioned her poison skills multiple times. It was already evening, so they entered an inn to settle down before making plans. Gu seemed to be very familiar with the place, because the innkeeper greeted him as soon as he entered. "Seventh young master, long time no see. Give me 3 of the best rooms. I want them quiet," Gu said with a chuckle. The innkeeper glanced at Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi, then immediately took out 3 keys to the heavenly rooms. Unexpectedly, Long Feiyi only took one with an expressionless face. He held Han Yunshi's hand with the other and went upstairs without saying anything. Needless to say, even Han Yunshi didn't react to Long Feiyi's actions and almost went to take the keys as well. They were husband and wife, so it was only right for them to stay in the same room. However, they'd never stayed together before. Seeing his large hand holding her small one, Han Yunshi obediently followed without saying anything. The innkeeper was puzzled. "Seventh young master, this," Gu licked his lips with interest and continued to chuckle. "What's this about? This young master only wants 2 rooms. The one next door is empty. I'm afraid it'll be noisy. Then do you want an empty room on the other side as well?" the innkeeper hurriedly asked. It would be a waste if he didn't take advantage of this nouveau riche. Unexpectedly, the originally smiling Gu's beautiful face immediately darkened. Without a word, he took the keys and went upstairs, leaving the innkeeper bewildered. By the time Gu Qishao went upstairs, Long Fei's room was already shut. Inside the room, Long Feiyi was brewing tea by himself. Han Yunshi looked at him, and then at the small bed, the corners of her mouth twitching. What did Long Feiyi mean by this? She thought that Long Feiyi would explain something, but unexpectedly, Long Feiyi poured a cup of tea for her without saying anything. Since he didn't explain, she naturally didn't ask. Everything could be discussed at night. Long Feiyi didn't plan to go downstairs to eat. After resting for a while, he called for the waiter to send the food into the room. Unexpectedly, just as the waiter delivered the food, Gu followed in. He sat down casually and ordered the waiter, "Add another pair of chopsticks and bowls." Long Fei Yi didn't stop him and asked mildly, "What do you plan to do with the Mu family's herbal tea tree sapling?" Gu was very direct and answered with one word, "Steal." Han Yunxi almost spat out the soup in her mouth. Steal the Mu family's treasure? So this guy actually brought them here to be thieves. If Poison Lass has other ideas, I'd be very happy even if you don't steal. Gu laughed. Han Yunxi rolled her eyes and continued eating. Long Fei Yi, on the other hand, was calm. Why steal? Is there no other way? That herbal tea tree sapling was stolen by the Mu family a few days ago. It's impossible to sell it, so we can only steal it, Gu said matter-of-factly. Do you know where it is? Long Fei Yi asked again. I only know that it's in the Mu family estate. As for where it is, I really don't know. That's why I asked Gu Qisha for help. That old man's ability to find medicinal herbs is top-notch. Gu smiled. These words were undoubtedly a reminder to Long Fei Yi that things weren't that simple. However, Long Fei Yi didn't have much of a reaction. He only nodded and continued eating. After the meal, Gu was very excited. Your Highness Duke of Qin, shall we begin our operation tonight? Long Fei Yi refused. Since it's in the Mu family estate, there must be news about it. Let's split up first. It won't be too late to act after we've gathered enough information. A trace of coldness flashed in Gu's eyes that no one noticed. His smile became even more enchanting and devilish. All right, no problem. That night, Gu and Long Fei Yi went their separate ways while Han Yunxi was left behind at the inn. She wasn't the type to sit still. As soon as Long Fei Yi's group left, she went downstairs and asked the shopkeeper for the location of the auction hall before hurrying out the door in high spirit. In any case, stealing medicinal ingredients had nothing to do with her. She was only here to stroll around Medicine City. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi didn't ask around, but sat in a tea-house across from the inn drinking tea. As soon as Han Yunxi left, he caught sight of her. Long Fei Yi's eyes flashed with displeasure. She was unfamiliar with this place and it was late at night. This woman was all alone and unarmed, yet she dared to leave the house? He was about to chase after her when Chu Shifeng reminded him, Your Highness, the Wang family's been waiting for you for a long time. You should go. Long Fei Yi stopped and said coldly, You go, keep a close eye on her. Yes, Chu Shifeng obeyed, then asked, Master, then Gu's matter? Don't worry about it for now, Long Fei Yi said before vanishing from sight. By now, Gu was already lying on the roof of the Mu estate basking in the moonlight. Next to him sat a young girl in the prime of her youth. Her aura was clean and pure, and her bright, limpid eyes shone even in the dark. This girl was none other than the Mu clan's most favored ninth young miss, Mu Ling. She pushed Gu. Qi big brother, when are the thieves you mentioned coming? My father's long set up an inescapable net. Just in 1 or 2 days, there's no rush, no rush. Gu Qishao lay lazily on the bed, relaxed and at ease. Beneath the moonlight, his beautiful features were even more enchanting. He seemed to think of something and suddenly laughed. Ling that thief isn't an ordinary person. If you like him, you can keep him as your husband. Mu Ling looked askance at him and said unhappily, I don't want him. I want Qi big brother. Her face immediately turned red, but Gu didn't think much of it. He chuckled and said, It's too late, too late. Your Qi big brother already has someone in my heart.